afternoon, everybody. Who's presiding on behalf of the county?
John.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Awesome. I do believe we have a quorum. I want to welcome everyone to the comprehensive 2017 cycle comprehensive plan amendment. Mr. Manager, since you're not here, I assume we go straight to planning staff for presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, Barry Wilcox with the Tallahassee-Leon County Planning Department. Tonight we're here to discuss the 2017 Comprehensive Plan Amendment cycle. There's a few broader details on the cycle itself. There are 7 map amendments in this cycle, 4 of which are privately initiated, meaning they were initiated by a private citizen or developer. 3 are publicly initiated, meaning they were either initiated by the city or the county. 3 of those amendments are within the county, and the remaining 4 are within the city. There are no text amendments this cycle. This cycle has already been through a fairly robust public outreach process, as most of you are aware. This process began as far back as November of 2016. In it, we've been through 2 public open houses, 2 public workshops, one with the LPA and one with yourselves, and an LPA public hearing where they took a vote on recommendations on these items. Tonight, we are at the joint city-county transmittal public hearing, and from here, any items that you move forward will go to the state for their review, and then come back in about a month's time for final adoption by this same body. With that, I'll just jump straight into the amendments. The first one before you is Arrowhead Drive, or PCM 201703. This is a publicly initiated amendment by the city of Tallahassee, and it is located within the county. This is an old well site that was surplused by the city. It was purchased by an adjoining property owner. It's approximately 2 acres in size. The piece is currently government operational on the future land use map because it was publicly owned. The request is to take it, here we go, to urban fringe with residential preservation overlay and residential preservation, which, as you can see from the map, is in keeping with the surrounding area. So again, if we look at the before and the after, you'll see it's very consistent with what's around it. There's no rezoning proposed for this property, as it was already zoned residential preservation on our zoning map. Planning staff found this amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and therefore we are recommending approval of this amendment and transmittal to the state for review.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion from any of my colleagues on the county commission?
Chairman, move staff recommendation.
Okay,
Second.
the vice chairman has moved the staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Dozier and Commissioner Deloge. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, passes 6-0. Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our second amendment here tonight is the City of Tallahassee Electric Amendment. This is a publicly initiated amendment by the City of Tallahassee. It is located in the county. This is
Barry, I think I just made a mistake. Did we have public input on the first map amendment? I was not aware that we had any speakers.
I don't believe we had any speakers on that item.
There were no speakers I'm aware of. I've
Okay.
got them gathered. I think I've got them all properly grouped by topic, and I don't think there were any on that item.
Mr. Cook, I will not make that mistake again. I'll check with you before the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I caught that for the record. I was just waiting on it. This amendment is approximately 1.5 acres in size. This is a out parcel that was part of actually, it was second to a much larger purchased by the City of Tallahassee to expand the property surrounding the existing power plant out on Bluntstown Highway. And as you'll see on the future land use map here, it is surrounded by government operations, save for that 1 square that is urban residential 2, and that is actually a Talquin Utilities water tower. Because Talquin Utilities is not a public entity, we're not able to change at the government operations, so that one will be just a little hole in the donut there. But this amendment would take that parcel from urban residential 2 to government operational, like the surrounding properties, and you'll see the map filling in quite neatly there. And there is a concurrent rezoning to take it to light industrial, or M1, again, consistent with the properties surrounding it. We found this amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Recommend approval of the amendment and the concurrent rezoning. LPA also approved, consistent with staff recommendation. And do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not.
We do not. Thank you.
Chair, move staff recommendation.
Second.
I've got a motion properly made by the Vice Chairman for staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Lindley. Seeing any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously 6-0. Barry, number 3.
Motion on behalf of the city, please.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second for staff recommendation. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes. And Commissioners, can I also get a motion on Arrowhead on behalf of the city?
So moved.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chairman. Our third amendment of the evening, Thomas Park Subdivision PCM 201707. This is a publicly initiated amendment by Leon County. It is located in the county. This is a parcel at the corner of Capitol Circle Southeast and Old St. Augustine Road. It is currently urban residential 2, but historically has been zoned commercial. So we're proposing a change to suburban, as you can see there on the map. And there's no change necessary on the zoning map, as it was already zoned C2 general commercial and has been for quite some time. Staff found this amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan. We recommend approval of this amendment. LPA found the amendment to be consistent and moved staff's recommendation on this one.
Staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
There are no
Do we
speakers.
have any speakers that have been filed for this particular item?
We do not, Mr. Chairman.
All right, got a motion from the Vice Chairman for staff recommendation, seconded by Commissioner Deloge. Seeing no further comment from the County Commission, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Motion on behalf of the city.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Is there any more business before the County Commission, Mr. Attorney?
The answer is there are no other matters that are in the unincorporated area only for map amendments.
Are there any other votes that will be taken by the county, Mr. Attorney, that has any effect on the outcome of the rezoning, of potential rezoning?
You mean the map amendment?
Yes, sir.
In my opinion, no.
Mr. Chair, with that being said, I'll make a motion that the county adjourns.
I'd second that.
There's a motion for the county to adjourn by the Vice Chairman, seconded by Commissioner Deloge. Any further comment?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dozier.
One quick comment. I appreciate that, Mr. Vice Chair, and I understand you've got Florida Association of Counties business.
If there's no substantive vote being taken here whereby the county has any effect on the outcome of what happens here, I don't see the reason for the county to be sitting in this place taking that vote. So that is where my comments are coming from, or my motion to adjourn is coming from.
Commissioner Dozier.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make a comment because typically we are all sitting together, whether it's city or county votes, and we will have a vote on city issues as the city just did on county issues, just to indicate our support, correct? And a lot of folks from Killearn have emailed all of us. So I just wanted to make the comment, if we are going to adjourn, that I believe most all of us have been engaged on the Killearn issue as we were on Myers Park and other issues at our city, and the Borrow Pit issue that's coming up next, which I hope is approved as well. I know Commissioner Deloge, you and I had questions about Killearn, so I just didn't want to leave anyone here thinking that we hadn't been engaged on this issue, but we have needed some clarity on whose votes count when and gotten that out to constituents. So I support the the motion on the floor, obviously, but just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we've been watching this pretty closely.
Yeah, Mr. Chair,
Thank you,
too.
Mr. Chair.
I think, my sense is, based on knowing what people's schedules are, we might have trouble keeping a quorum for very long, too. So that's the other side of this, which is, can we keep a quorum on votes that we have little or no effect on? So, I mean, I plan to stay, but, you know,
Could I make a comment?
Commissioner Miller? Sure.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, this is a little bit of a precedent-setting move here. And while I understand how we've done things in the past, how we've deferred to one another, I would like to say that the city is, in fact, in the county, and that 2 out of 3 of your constituents are city residents. So just keeping that in mind, when you make your decisions, I do think that you have and I say this with hesitation, I do think that you do have a stake. I'm more than happy to take the responsibility that we're going to manage our own jurisdiction alone, but just felt the need to point out, you know, that the city is actually in the county and that all these folks are your constituents as well.
Wow.
Commissioner Deloge.
just to add, I think as Commissioner Dozier pointed out, I think many of us have written, spoken, attended meetings, but I could stand on my head and spit nickels tonight, and it's not going to make a hill of beans worth of difference as far as the outcome in the grand scheme of things. So
That might be fun to watch.
well, later.
Mr. Chair, one final comment, and then I know that you want to get back to the business at
Right, we're
hand.
taking-
I very much appreciate your comments, Commissioner Miller. I know this comes up in lots of our joint meetings about whose jurisdiction is where, and sometimes the comments are, or there's different opinions on that. I think we've got a really collaborative relationship. We overlap a great deal with land use, blueprint, CRA, other things. And there was some comment at our commission at one point about whether or not we should separate the joint meetings on comp plan because of this issue. I would vote against that. I think it is good for us all to sit here. This is a unique evening. You've got a lot of folks in the room, and that's why I wanted to make the comment I did, as Commissioner Deloge did, that we are very engaged on this, but as you said, we're going to lose quorum. So we'll make it formal and let it go, and good luck to everybody.
Mr. Attorney?
Yes, thank you.
Before you take a vote on the motion that's on the floor, I would suggest that you, and maybe the commissioner will put this in there, you need to make a motion to
Final
transmit the package. And so,
I'll add that to my motion, Mr. Chair.
Sounds great. So the vice chairman's made an amended motion to transmit the final 3 for the county and then to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Deloge. No further comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
We're going to miss you.
We are seriously going to miss you.
We'll be front and center, baby.
You know we were having breakfast brought in at midnight, so. We were having breakfast brought in for everyone at midnight.
Breakfast.
All right, commissioners,
Should we move back up there?
right. Exactly, a little further away. All right, Commission, we'll go ahead and proceed with the remainder of the business on behalf of the city. And I believe that takes us to item 4, PCM 21701.
Move approval. Second.
There's a motion and a second for approval on Southside Pit, and this is approval of,
With modifications,
With-
Mr. Mayor.
with modifications. All those in favor, let it be known by saying.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry.
there are speakers on this item if
I'm
you'd like to
sorry,
have
there
them.
are speakers. I apologize. Thank you.
Sorry.
Would you, oh, never mind, you need to stay there probably. Go ahead.
I can come down if you, the table was full. The first speaker on this item is Robert Dial, and then Alan Wise. And if speakers will come to this same microphone here to my right and your left, each speaker will have 3 minutes for remarks. And the first was Robert Dial. There we go.
Usually, if you want the LP recommendation issues. Got
Somebody hand out copies, sure, absolutely.
Before you start the clock, I do want to observe that you seem to have not needed to hear from the staff on this, and obviously that's up to you.
We would appreciate it as you start if you'd give your name and
ready to
address,
go.
and I'll let you
My
know
name
when your
is
3 minutes have expired.
Robert Dial. I live at 2409 Oakdale Street, Tallahassee. I'm Professor Emeritus of Urban and Regional Planning at Florida State University. For the following reasons, I urge you to deny this application to change the future land use designation of the Sandco property from urban residential 2 to suburban, and to change the zoning from R1 and R2 to light industrial. First, the current uses do not conform to the allowable uses in the current permit and therefore do not comprise legal non-conforming uses. The current permit confines allowable uses to the mining of sand and reclamation using demolition debris. The owner of the property reported to the LPA on February 15th that he is no longer mining sand and instead is engaged in material recovery and recycling from demolition debris. The noise and dust about which residents of the adjoining subdivision have complained appear to be primarily attributable to a rock crusher being used to crush concrete demolition debris to produce aggregate and scrap metal for sale. Second, the prior sand mining and the current material recovery and recycling uses are not listed allowable uses within the proposed light industrial zoning district. They are instead listed uses in the separate industrial zoning district, which was created with the intention of establishing the appropriate location for industrial uses that have the potential to produce detectable off-site smoke, dust, and particulate matter, and or create noise or vibration not compatible with residential activities. Sand mining is explicitly allowed in the industrial zoning district, and the current material and recovery recycling uses fall within the listed 2-digit SIC code number 50, wholesale trade in durable goods, again listed as a use that should be confined within the industrial zoning district. The city land administrator avers that he has allowed borrow pits, quote unquote, within the light industrial district under land development code provisions, which give him some discretion to allow uses which are of a similar and compatible nature to those described within the light industrial district. I do not believe that discretion should apply here because both sand mining and the current materials and recovery and recycling uses are explicitly listed in the industrial zoning district as uses that should be confined thereto. Therefore, the zoning district should be changed, if it is to be changed, to industrial rather than light industrial, and the appropriate future land use designation should be industrial rather than suburban. However, the industrial zoning district is not permitted adjacent to residential zoning districts per the provisions of the development standards schedule in the land development code, which means that that option is not available to you. I therefore recommend that you deny the application as submitted and the owner be directed to reclaim the site as required under his existing permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Alan Wise, followed by Steve Gasvini.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alan Wise. I work with Greenman Peterson at 1590 Village Square Boulevard. I represent the applicant. I would like to first point out that at the LPA, the project kind of got off track a little bit. The real focus of the rezoning is what we're calling the 619 parcel, which is the parcel to the northwest. It's currently vacant. The applicant is intending to expand the mining operations into this parcel. Through a lot of deliberation and maybe getting a little bit off track, everybody started focusing on a commercial piece of property that wasn't even a part of our application, as well as the portion of our property that was in the application that we don't need rezoned in order to continue operations as they exist today. So I would like to first point out that staff's recommendation of approval with modifications, that modification removes the only thing really that the applicant is requesting. Secondly, as has been evidenced by Barry's speaking earlier, there's been a lot of public input, a lot of outreach to the public, and we're hearing what the neighbors are complaining about. We've made site visits with city staff to hear and feel and see these complaints. We're sensitive to that, but at the same time, we feel like that there's an opportunity that we can reasonably use the property for what we anticipate using it for and what we've always anticipated using it for, while providing adequate buffering and screening. We've offered double the code required buffer throughout the other adjoining boundaries of the property. We've provided berms sometimes as high as 40 feet to mitigate noise quite successfully. And so these are some of the things that we've offered, limited work hours, but we can't nail those things down until we get to site plan. We can't get to site plan until we can get past this hurdle. So these are things that we've offered on the record, continue to offer on the record, but we can't put it in writing with a city stamp, an engineer stamp, a city approval for the residents, for city staff, for the applicant until we get to the next phase. So administratively, we're in a little bit of a quandary in that we can't pass go. The other thing I'd like to point out is that this piece of property is situated between a residential subdivision and also to the west of this, what I'm going to call the 619 parcel, because that's the focus of the applicant, is an abandoned city landfill. It's currently zoned residential. The city is currently operating that abandoned landfill for similar operations that the applicant is operating, and that's construction staging, moving of materials and things like that. So,
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Steve Gasvini, followed by Dennis Michael Prescott.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Steve Gasvini, 2646 Millstone Plantation Road. We have owned this property for 30 years. The whole purpose of us purchasing the property has been solely for extraction of sand. We have done that for the past 30 years. This is one of the very rare properties that have had proper permits to extract sand from it since 1985. As my engineer said, we're willing to work with neighbors. We're willing to put 60-foot buffer in conservation easement, which is parallel to the neighborhood. We have got some sound barriers. We can build a 8-foot tall sound barrier berm alongside the same property line to alleviate some of the maybe concerns that neighborhood has. We have already moved our crushing operation one time further away at the request of the neighbors, and we have moved it as far as we could at that time. We're asking you to approve this. This is what we do for a living. We got 100 people that work for us in this community. We build homes, we build roads. Part of that is using sand. Unfortunately, sand is not available at every corner in this city and the county. There's only special certain areas that this is available to us. We have paid taxes on this property, and our intent has always been to use it for this operation. We're willing to, again, get with staff and work this out. I do not know what we can do today as far as commitment. We're willing to, commit to that if this is the venue, but otherwise at a site plan review or wherever that is, there's that opportunity for us to commit to whatever that is works with neighborhood. This property is, as it is, zoned residential. There's no way that anybody can build houses in here. There's no market. We're next to landfill. We're next to city's borrow pit from one side. We're next to city's sewage treatment plant. This parcel got rezoned by city years ago among 20,000 other parcels that got rezoned. So it was not voluntarily, and we just would like for City Commission to vote approval on this so we can use it for what we have intended. I want to reiterate that the parcel that we're asking you to approve is the 619 that is not necessarily included in the staff recommendation. So we need somehow, if the commissioner sees to that, to include that in their motion. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dennis Michael Prescott, who will be followed by James Egan.
you have any questions, please ask
Okay.
after I'm finished talking. These show the area and the egregious problems that we have there. I've been here 40 years in the same place.
Go to the mic there so they can hear you on TV.
My name is Dennis Michael Prescott. As a spokesman for Woodhaven and Ruthenia subdivisions concerning Sandco sand mining operation, I, Dennis Michael Prescott, state the following. I am a Vietnam-era veteran who have lived in Woodhaven subdivision in Leon County since 1977, during which time I served in the National Guard in Perry, Florida. There are multiple veterans in both subdivisions now. In 1985, an Iranian corporation bought and had spot zoned parts of Woodhaven subdivision to use as a site plan for sand mining operation to end in 10 years, and to be refilled and replanted as a recreational area with a lake. No solid or toxic waste was to be allowed. This was done in violation of our rights, which should have been grandfathered in by the county. Now our subdivision is split in three ways: a sand mining operation which was in the county, now in the city, and part to our west, which you'll see sewage was put in, which is now in the city, and our part to the east, which is in the county. Sound stupid? It is. All right. In 2002, Sandco, with multiple site violations, requested and was moved into the city in order to cover its violations from inspectors of the county. We received no notification of this until recently. For virtually 30 years of the last 32 years, Sandco has violated the site plan, whether in the city or the county, discriminating, decimating the tree buffers, creating berms illegally, wiping out legally constituted 8-foot wooden fence to protect the people from silicosis, and invading the old city landfill by opening an illegal fence section to get to the sand in the sewage developed section of our subdivision to our west, which had approved county roads on it. The damages to both people and property are immediate in both subdivisions. I asked a realtor what a sand mine does to property value, and she said it's like living next to a sinkhole. Magnify that loss of value over 32 years plus, having to repair homes that have settled due to the crush of heavy equipment moving in and out of residential street access point and across the southern end of Woodhaven subdivision, round trip with prevailing winds taking the sand north into Woodhaven subdivision. The respiratory problems are widespread. One woman is even on oxygen. Deaths from respiratory problems related to the sand mining activity is unknown, but likely given the duration of exposure to silica over a period of 32 years. This toxic sand mine should be closed down immediately. It is a public nuisance as well as a public health hazard. It poses a real and present danger to Lake Munson, the Wakulla River Basin, and the Floridian Aquifer. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Question, the
Oh,
speaker,
sorry.
if I could, sir. You stay at the mic. You said an Iranian corporation owns this? It's a foreign corporation that owns?
Are they Iranian born?
Sir?
Are they Iranian born?
Oh, they were born in Iran, the principals of the corporation, but are they Americans today?
I do not know that.
They are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will need my
Next.
materials back, please.
Here they are. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Egan, and this will be the last speaker on this item, Mr. Mayor.
Could we request the map of what we're talking about?
Can we put the map up there?
He's got it.
She did the aerial. I'll do the decimal for you. Does that work?
My name's James Egan, and I live at 4628 West Bella Rose, and my home is closest to all that in the southwest corner.
Sir, would you mind lifting your microphone just quite a bit?
I live closest to all that in the southwest corner of Woodhaven subdivision. It'd be kind of in the center there. That is the Tallahassee old landfill, that odd-shaped, not the square, but the odd shape there. I was there I've been there since 1979. They came, it's not showing it on this aerial, but they broke through that fence and started digging and taking out the woods, and I was the one that complained. The city went out there with Inspector James Payne and shut them down from cutting out all the woods. And I asked the bulldozer guy what he was doing. He said he was ordered to take out 200 feet, which would put it right down in my driveway. And it's right next to the sand pit. I mean, it's within 50 feet of the bottom of the hill. So that started all this. We've been living with the rock crushing for the last 8 years. I was taking care of my parents. They're gone now, but they could not stand. I come home and my house would be all white or whatever color rocks they were crushing, you know, and the noise. I asked Mr. Gusfidi about the 45-foot hill, which used to be, I think, the Johns Building downtown, is behind at the end of my driveway now, and it's 45 feet above with rebarb and ridiculous amount of things. I really invite anybody to come out and take a look at it. You can, you know, and at the back end of that, right between where it says city limits and where it says county is the top of Lake Munson's restoration. That breached, and this is all documented by the inspectors, the program engineer, and by the comprehensive planning and urban design people. They went back there, it's breached and it's leaking into that arm right there, right where it says county of Lake Munson. After all the work we did on Lake Munson, it's just not, that's insane. The berms, they just kept getting higher until now they're 40 feet high and they don't cut out the noise. It's pretty serious stuff. 7 days a week, Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock, there's people back there. And the days get longer, that's how long they work. And it's always been that way, and we're just trying to get that stopped. See where it says city limits? See the road coming in there? There's another road that runs right along the dotted line. They build a road to make their trucks, you know, and it's just full of diesel and bulldozers and noise all the time. I mean, please come out and experience it. You just stand in my driveway and you won't be able to see it.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
We do have one additional speaker on the item, Susan Tipler.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, I'm Susan Tipler. I haven't been a resident of Woodhaven very long, only about a little less than a year, but some of our residents have been there since the 1970s. When they moved into this location, the southwest corner of Tallahassee, it was beautiful. Woodhaven was rustic, woodsy, surrounded by trees, and even gorgeous like Munson. Trails, gorgeous paths to just kind of meander and enjoy the country. It's nothing like that now. There's actually nothing comparable to what this Woodhaven subdivision used to be. That's left, actually. And what I would like to really intently talk about is the fact that the buffers are really not legally 60 feet or even 75 feet from the residents. And that, I think, the city should really address and investigate, because there are portions of the buffer that are only 45 feet. And we also have debris piles that are 100 feet high. So those things need to be looked at by the city. They really actually need to go down there and look at this, because it is much more of an exaggerated point as far as the dust and the rock crushing go than what is being described here, what I'm hearing. So I really wanted to just make that known to you all, because it really takes a visit to the area to understand. We have residents with COPD. We have residents with upper respiratory diseases. Some of these people that have been living there since the 1970s have dealt with the noise, they've dealt with the dust, they've dealt with having their pools ruined, their background yard pools just ruined, their bird baths, their duct systems in their homes. So it's a much more ongoing problem that creates health hazard in their environment and in their house structures. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. City Manager?
Hey, Barry. With the map up there, can you explain the staff recommendation and what the applicant is asking for?
Yes, sir, Mr. Manager. If I could walk you through our other exhibits here. The parcel in question, the one that's come up, pardon me, is the unmined piece here to the north adjacent to the subdivision. This is the existing and historic sand mine that's been there since 1985, or at least began operation in 1985. And I'll skip forward to this is as it is today with a urban residential 2 and residential preservation designation. This is what was proposed by the applicant to take it to suburban. And the zoning's obviously changing concurrently with those. Our recommendation, again, you see current, proposed. Our recommendation is to not change the portion to the west of the subdivision, but to change the remainder of the site to account for the fact that there is an existing sand mine in operation on that site, and there has been for close to 30 years now.
So Barry, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
So the rectangle that we're looking at that abuts the neighborhood is not a part of the rezoning request?
It was part of the original request by the applicant, is not part of our recommendation to you for approval. Our modified recommendation takes that piece out, leaves it residential, but rezones and changes the land use on the remainder of the site.
Okay, and it will continue then to be green space and wooded area?
It will continue to have a residential designation. If someone were to wish to develop it in a residential manner, they'd be allowed to do so.
Mr. Mayor, I withdraw my motion.
Was the
Sorry, I
previous,
misunderstood too.
this parcel was bought as one, is that correct? The entirety of the parcel that was a part of the original application?
The original application that came to us included, you'll see it right there, included
Do you know
the
if when
entire.
the parcel was purchased and began the sand mining operation, was it a total parcel or did it get added, was that upper piece added on later?
I don't know exactly whether both of them were bought at the same time. They were, the southern piece was subject to, and I'm going to bring you back to a document from the county when this was in the county in 1985. This was a limited use site plan, which is akin to your modern PUD for the site, and you can see it shows the delineation of the sand mining operation at that time as it was permitted. It does not include that piece to the north. The piece to the north.
The applicant as to whether or not it was bought at the same time. I think that's a relevant question, Mr.
It
Mayor.
is relevant.
All the parcels have been purchased at one time. The rectangle on the top, the big rectangle, and the triangle at the bottom, they all have been bought at the same time.
Got it. Thank you. And the staff permitted the use for the mining up until what point?
The property was annexed. The property was being, let's say, governed under this limited use site plan for many years as a legally established non-conforming use. It was annexed into the city in 2000.
By the city's request or by the board?
It was a privately initiated application by recommendation of the city due to the fact that mining had started to come into the northern piece there. So it had crossed the bounds of what the existing mine was. And as a legally established non-conforming use, it's not permitted to expand. So once it expanded, the solution was to request a comprehensive plan amendment. Otherwise, they simply need to stop mining operations on that northern piece.
Commissioner Miller, followed by Commissioner Maddox.
So I have two questions. When this first was opened in 1985, it was not non-conforming then. I'm assuming that it was not non-conforming?
No, correct.
It was zoned properly?
Correct. Historically, the piece you're looking at here was zoned A1. The piece to the north of it, let's say piece in question, has always been zoned residential. It was zoned mobile home at some point, mobile home residential, then became a more common or conventional residential designation, but it's always had a residential designation on it.
All right, and my next question is about the triangular piece at the bottom. How did that get, that piece is very sensitive. It's got wetlands and everything.
Correct.
So what's the lifetime use of that? And when one of the things there were a lot of things that I had questions about in this thing, but one of the things was, how did this zoning trail occur? I mean, it started out as a sand mine, and then it became numerous times it was deemed residential. When the comp plan came, when it was annexed into the city, knowing all this time that it was a sand mine, and so I'm really not clear how that could happen, but I know it's happened on other parcels. We've discussed that on and on. But the real concern I have is where this triangular piece, how that came into the picture at all, and what the zoning history was on it.
The triangular piece has always been part of these several parcels that, as Mr. Gasvini stated, were purchased all together. That is an unaltered floodplain, and my understanding is that cannot be touched, that is a conservation feature and would be left as it is today.
Right. So when an applicant comes in and he's got an unaltered floodplain that he's bringing forward for rezoning, do you counsel him? I mean, to try to eliminate that from the request?
We would, I don't think we look to eliminate from the request per se, because then we'd have little holes in the donut all over our map. We just let them know that although the entire property may be designated residential or commercial, that a portion of it does have a conservation feature on it that cannot be altered.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple things. One, just briefly, when I started the Mayor's Initiative on Race Relations, one of the first things that I made a promise to myself to do is to speak out when I hear things that aren't right. And to the gentleman that testified, I appreciate your service, sir, but we would not take into account someone's nationality on a land use matter. I won't take it into account on anything. And it was bad form. The second thing is, the reason I withdrew my motion, and I'll make a new motion for approval without modification. The reason that I'm making that motion is I drove out there and looked at that, and I understand from the folks that live around it, they don't wish to live next to a sand pit and don't wish to live next to an industrial use. However, here in this particular case, having driven there, looked at the maps, driven through it, this isn't a case where we're putting an industrial use next to a neighborhood. This is a case where a neighborhood got put next to industrial uses. Why would we compound that problem by, well, it's been in continuous operation since 1985. The city has a borrow pit out there. I try to give everybody respect when they speak and hope that you do the same with me. I think we would compound the problem by allowing additional residential next to what by right should be, based on continuous use, should be allowed as an industrial use. I don't wish to compound that problem. So I move for approval of the applicant's request.
There's a motion.
I'll second that for discussion.
Motion and a second for discussion. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Miller.
Discuss it. Well, first of all, I want to know what exactly your buffering requirements are, and I want to know, I mean, I'm hearing about these piles of debris. What are, and I might want to ask the applicant, what are those? And so if you want to explain to us.
Yes, ma'am, the piles are the pile of concrete where we originally had the crusher close to that pile. At the request of the neighbors, we moved the crusher and we left the pile over there to act as a sound barrier. As they say, it's a relatively high pile, but we left it there so it creates a sound barrier. We would be very glad to move it. That is, we left it for a purpose, and that's why we left it there. By the way, that triangle piece, we're not requesting for that to be mined, nor we can mine it. The rectangle on the north side is all we're asking. Part of it has been already, part of the permit that is there has been, if you look at the map that you've got, part of that rectangle is already in the permitted area.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Steve, could you, I've got, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
Just a couple of questions. Steve, could you address a couple of things if you have mitigated these issues? One is the pollution that was talked about into Lake Munson. Have you all mitigated that and corrected that?
We don't have a violation that says we have polluted Lake Monsoon. At times we have had, like tires tracked a little sand on the road. We have cleaned it up. We have always addressed the issues. We don't have an outstanding issue. DEP has been out there, has reviewed our crushing operation. There has not been any issues. City has been out there several times, especially during this process. I have met with Mr. Steve Palmer of Gross Management and Mr. Stephen Hodges and I think Mr. Hodges here, if commissioners want to ask the question, we went out there and we went through the neighborhood. We got out of our vehicles, consciously tried to listen to see if there is any noise that is really intrusive. We did not hear any noise that was intrusive. I'd leave it to the commissioner to ask Mr. Hodges if you would like to.
Okay, and what things have you all done to mitigate that noise? I know you said you've done the berms, and you moved the crusher.
Yes, sir, we moved the crusher. We have left the berm out there and the pile of concrete to create a sound barrier. We are willing to work with neighborhood to modify our hours of operation. We do not work every Saturday or Sunday, as they say. Every now and then, because of the rain, we do work Saturdays. Our hours of operation is standard. We work from 7 to 5 p.m. Not on Saturdays. We work like until 3 p.m. on Saturdays. We are willing to modify that. We're willing to modify our start time to 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock p.m. We just have not been in the process as our engineers to address those issues. But we're glad to, I'm on the record here, I'm committing that we'll do that. And once we go through the process and go at the site plan review, those are where we self-impose those restrictions.
Okay. And then finally, the question I have for you is, how have you mitigated the dust issue? Having had two daughters who had infantile asthma, they eventually grew out of it. I'm sensitive to that issue and the problems, if they are associated with the dust, the respiratory problems that have been brought up, but also the condition of their homes and pools and other damage that's been caused by the dust. How has that been mitigated, or how will you?
We have got a water truck that is constantly on the site.
Okay.
We use that also, that's part of our permit. We use it through our crushing operation. So it settles the dust through the whole system. So we use that on a regular basis. If you go there today, probably staff, if they paid attention, the water truck is there. That is part of our operation, is included to suppress the dust as the crushing happens.
Okay. Thank you. And then I had one question for the neighbors. You all said that the neighborhood existed prior to, could someone come
Can we
and
get just
address-
one person to take the microphone, please?
Okay, I can answer that question. The
That's
neighborhood was
fine.
platted in 1972. It's been
72.
in existence since 1972, correct?
Was plotted and then I'm
Was
assuming
platted and developed.
eventually developed out.
Right, soon thereafter, yes.
If you could you bring up the other map that had the city
Sure.
limit sign?
You're looking at the aerial? Is that
Right. So could you point out the additional industrial property?
additional industrial
I
property?
mean, besides this parcel?
Well, you've got, yeah, here, let me move forward, because if we can get to the future land use map, yeah, you'll see,
Whether conforming or non-conforming?
yeah, and most of the, what you're seeing there in terms of the purple, much of that is actually industrial. It's suburban future land use, but anything you see with M1 on it there is in industrial zoning.
Thank you for that. If the maker of the motion, if it moves forward, I would recommend that the staff sit down to deal with these hours of operation. I think sun up to sundown is not a reasonable thing, especially when time changes and sundown is at 8 p.m. I think something can be done better on that. I would also recommend that the staff look at this issue of buffering. To the extent that the buffer is not maintained as is supposed to be now, there ought to be some intervention on behalf of the city to ensure that the buffers are maintained. I also think, and we heard this maybe from the applicant, that there's a willingness to increase the buffer on this expanded area. I think that's appropriate, and I think the staff should be willing to negotiate that. And then I'm also concerned on the whole pollution matter, and I don't know how to best deal with this, either through some air quality assessment, but I do think that part of the negotiation needs to be about how that is reduced, certainly on human impact.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Richardson.
I would also, if it's possible, I don't know what the condition of the soil in that area is, but I'm sure a vegetative buffer that's more aesthetically pleasing, if that's possible, could be looked at as well.
Got it.
And would also serve as a noise barrier with some trees or hedges or something that's just a little more aesthetically pleasing than a pile of rebar and concrete or a sand berm that's bare and, you know.
Agreed. If those are acceptable to the maker?
Yes, so it's for staff to work with them on buffering and possible hours of operation, correct? And aesthetics to the buffer. Right. That's fine.
Commissioners, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Commissioners, we're now on to item 5, Amelia Circle.
Move denial.
Second.
Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
There's a motion and a second on denial of Amelia Circle. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Commissioners, we're now on to item 6, Old Willis Dairy. Are there any speakers?
There are, Mayor. We have 3 speakers. The first is Bert Thornton, and then following Bert Thornton will be Frank Willis.
You need to present the item.
Did you want me to present it?
Please.
We've been flying through these. It's up to you guys.
Yes, please. Have a seat.
Okay.
Yeah. Take a microphone, too.
Before you, Commissioners, is the Old Willis Dairy Amendment, PCM 201708. It is a privately initiated amendment by Frank Willis and is within the city limits. It is located along Centerville Road in just east of what we would call Benton Hills and north of TMH. It's approximately 3.4 acre site. Currently, the site is designated residential preservation on the future land use map. The proposed change would be to suburban. It is currently RP1 and RP2 on the zoning map, and we would have a concurrent change to OR2 office residential on the zoning map. Staff found that the amendment was consistent with the comprehensive plan. We have a few pictures of the site, and the applicant is here and available to speak if you'd like him to. And again, staff's recommendation is approval of the proposed amendment to change the site from residential preservation to suburban and change the zoning from RP1 and RP2 to OR2. And I'd be remiss if I didn't cover the LPA's recommendation on this as well, which was to approve consistent with staff recommendation.
Mr. Thornton?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Bert Thornton. My wife and I live at 1520 Goodwood Drive. We love our neighborhood. We have a very diverse group of homeowners, young couples with kids, working families, and seniors either working or retired. We are thankful for what the Willis family did to create Benton Oaks subdivision. As for the Old Willis Dairy as a commercial event venue, we do not need any more traffic on Goodwood Drive, which is a narrow residential street with no sidewalks and open drainage ditches. Goodwood Drive is already used as a cut-through from Mickasegee Road to Centerville Road. The noise from the events is disturbing to the neighborhood, especially for the houses that border the property with very little buffer right next to it. An event venue in the middle of Benton Oaks, Benton Hills, and the Pilkland Bridge subdivision is not good planning. Last month, the planning department talked about the Women's Club and the Garden Club, which is the way that an event venue should be planned. The Women's Club was completed in 1927, and Los Robles was basically built around the Women's Club. And then the Garden Club purchased the Rutgers home from the Salvation Army in 1954, and at that time that area was almost commercial already. So those two properties work very well as an event venues. You have a petition signed by 57 residents of the Benton Oaks subdivision and adjoining neighborhoods and roads or streets. and asking that you deny the request for rezoning. Your help is appreciated. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Frank Willis, and then Faye Smith.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Frank Willis. I live at 1609 Centerville Road, the Old Willis Dairy. I'm here tonight to answer any questions that y'all might have for me.
Right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Faye Smith. Mr. Mayor, this is the last speaker for whom I have a form on this item.
First, let me apologize that I'm not a public speaker, but I live at 1550 Goodwood Drive. I'm right next door to Mr. Willis' property on Goodwood Drive. You know, the back end, one side faces Centerville, the back end faces Goodwood. And so these activities they're talking about having over there, unfortunately, is very disruptive to our neighborhood. We have a very narrow road, and so it gets very congested, and it's very loud. It does interrupt being next door to it. It interrupts my TV and all when they have these events, and a lot of them do occur on the weekend. And it is a residential neighborhood, which is why I moved into it. It was for the residential. But I find that I can't hardly have company on the weekends because the events happening next door takes up my front yard. They park up and down the road there. So I really ask y'all to please deny the petition.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions on the item? Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Of course.
Barry, the question would be, I mean, I hear their concerns, but wouldn't this development alleviate activities on the site, that's events on the site? I mean, maybe I should ask the question, what is the proposed plan based on the rezoning request?
It is currently not a permitted use as an event space, hence the change in the land use and the zoning. If you do approve the land use and the zoning, then they would be subject to any of the rules and restrictions contained in those zoning districts to govern non-residential uses. In this case, in an event venue like they have. So they would need to meet those requirements.
So with this change, those events would not be allowed?
No, they would be allowed, but they would have to meet certain requirements in terms of parking standards and things of that sort.
Okay.
Got it. Commissioner Miller.
Well, what I really want to know is, this is already built, and what we have in front of us is a request for a change in land use and rezoning. How do you go back after the fact and deal with fire code issues, buffering, all the things that would have been required if this had originally been, what do we have, suburban?
Right.
And even office residential, all the things that would have been required if it had started out as this, and this is a question for Mr. Willis too, how do you process this? How do you go back after the fact? Because I have actually been to your venue, to a wedding last fall, and at that point looked around and said, where's the buffer? Where's the, you know, I noticed it my own self when I was out there. So how does that work, actually?
We actually exceed all the...
Mr. Willis, if you could take the microphone.
And this is the question is about under the new applied land.
Even
use
previous
zone.
to that, we exceed the requirements for the buffers there. We have about 20 foot of buffer all the way around the property. We have the densest multifamily residential zoning to the north of us. We have the hospital and its commercial medical zoning to the south of us. We have been there. There's been a commercial use on that property since 1937. Continuous use by our family, first as a dairy, then as a residential building and real estate company. We owned probably half the houses in the neighborhood, and so there's always been this constant traffic through that neighborhood from that office there. We actually are probably generating much less traffic than we would have if we continued the business. Our events happen Friday and Saturday nights. There are some weeknight events. But everything has been pretty well controlled. We've had no complaints from neighbors directly or any police reports that have been any actions taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I got motion to deny.
There's a motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion for denial and a second. Any other comments? Seeing none, Commissioner Miller?
I would like to, could you fill us in on some of I noticed that we have approval here from the Planning Commission. Is that true?
That is true, yes. The recommendation by the Planning Commission was to approve, consistent with staff's
Since we
recommendation.
had a pretty active Planning Commission this time, I'd like to know if you could fill us in on some of the conversations that occurred at the Planning Commission level.
There were many, the discussion was much like the one you're hearing here tonight, concerns for how this site might fit within a residential setting. And at the end of it all, if they move consistent with staff recommendation, they don't need to craft another motion. Usually those motions would give you a little insight to what they were thinking, but in this case, they concurred with staff. But I will tell you the conversation was very similar to the one you're having right now.
All right, and the second thing I'd like to ask before we vote is that recently on the sand mine, you had the two graphics. This is the current, this is the new.
Mhm.
Can you do that for us here?
Sure.
So I can look at what's around it and
Sure.
see.
This is as it exists today. There are townhomes, as you can see, very tight lotting pattern just northeast of the site there that is currently designated RP, but probably exceeds the density of 6 units per acre. To the southwest, you have the commercial medical complex that is TMH, and this site sits right on the border of that. With the change, we would extend that suburban to the northeast to cover this property as well.
Commissioner Richardson.
Just one other question, Barry. So if this is not approved, then the site doesn't have to conform to those things that we're talking about, the buffering and the parking and...
If this is not approved, the site would close as an event venue.
Okay.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Motion passes 3-2. Commissioners, we're now on to the next item. Lost my place here. Killearn Country Club, item number 7.
Commissioners, our last item of the evening is the Killearn Country Club Amendment, PCM 201702. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this amendment by now. This is a privately initiated amendment by Barton and Tuck Jr. It is within the city limits. And there are multiple sites in question here, A, B, C, D, and E, with E being the largest portion of the site at 34.1 acres. There have been a lot of developments in this project just in the last few days. So if you would, I'd like to ask the representatives from the developer to come up and explain all the changes that have occurred, honestly, just in the last 72 hours or so.
Sure, thank you.
What's that?
You can just hit the arrow keys.
Okay. Hey, I'm JT Burnett. I am the developer working with Tuck on the redevelopment of the Killearn Country Club. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit about how I got involved in this project. Developer had come to me and they wanted to build 350 units, which is what is actually was the current request. Could be zoned for 10 units per acre. Basically a 50-foot buffer. I just didn't feel like that fit in with what the community is out there. And at 3 o'clock one morning, I kind of see this whole thing going in the ditch, and it just reminded me of what Hotel Duval was. I remember when the Radisson was the hotel in town, and Killearn had that same moment in time. And it's gone downhill, and it was when I took over Hotel Duval, it was Park Plaza. And I really interjected myself at 3 o'clock at night in the middle of this conversation because I believe Killearn, the same thing can happen with what happened with Hotel Duval. So I knew at that point that the density was way out of whack, and I wanted to go have conversations with the neighbors. I went out. I would say that I've met with a couple hundred neighbors at this point, and they expressed concerns. One concern, which actually I share the same concern, is the zoning concern. Is zoning R4, someone could build 350 units out there. And their comment to me was, you know, what protection can you give us for that? So we came up with this concept about a deed restriction. And there were some great arguments that they said, well, if it's a deed restriction, we have to defend that legally. There was also this concern that the R4, there's some non-conforming use around the area, and the concern is that these neighbors lose their home and they're unable to build those homes back. So that was really concerning, and we still needed the R4 to accomplish the number of units that we needed with the setbacks, enabling still to give them the buffer. So last Friday, we sat down with city staff, and we were able to work out where R4 zoning is only on the area by the country club, on the townhome area. And then RP2 on all of the other units, where the residential units would be built. So that would give them the protection that they need to ensure that nothing would be permitted there other than the density that was being promised to them. In addition to that, they have some concerns about the buffer. They had stormwater concerns, traffic concerns, promise of whether it was going to continue to be a golf course, and probably more importantly, they were very concerned about would the money go to pay off the loan instead of go to the clubhouse that was being promised to them. So I made it a personal mission to deliver on the promise that we are giving these people. I met with Danny. We met with the Homeowners Association. What was originally a 50-foot buffer is now a 125-foot buffer. It's actually 195 feet from structure to structure. The stormwater, which you guys know will be dealt with, will be required to capture all that stormwater on the actual site. So there's huge benefits to the folks that are currently downhill. Traffic, it's restricted to 55 and older. So those folks use different traffic patterns than the normal traffic. They don't go to work early in the morning and come back late at night. The golf course, also that piece, in the along with the restrictions that have now been filed, is that the golf course will actually maintain the golf course another 50 years, so 2061, I believe. Also, in that covenants are all the requirements of the funds. We also have worked with Danny, our attorneys, to ensure that the funds that where we're purchasing the actual residential development is put in escrow, so the bank cannot touch those funds, and those funds will be guaranteed to be used for the clubhouse. We haven't been able to give everything that everybody wanted, but we surely have moved beyond halfway in trying to get there. And I'll let Danny discuss with you about the binding nature of the contracts that we have.
Mr. Mayor, as the next speaker comes forward, I'm going to request after they're done that we allow a representative from the other side to speak at the same length of time. Please.
Good evening. I'm Danny Manassa, and I represent the owner of the country club. For 2 years, we've been listening, planning, tweaking, amending, and moving forward, and I'm happy to announce that on Friday night we finally reached an agreement with the Homeowners Association. And that agreement is in the form of restricted covenants, which early Monday morning has been recorded against my client's property and now binds my client's property for the next 50 years. And the covenants have mechanisms and protections which will enhance and protect the community for the next 50 years, if not longer. A couple of the key components of the covenants: one, there's a perpetual conservation easement covering holes 1 through 6 of the now closed 9-hole golf course. Pursuant to our agreement, that will be a passive park green area upon which no improvements can be constructed. One of the major components of our project will be an age-restricted community. The way we're protecting that community is the agreement requires that it be annexed into the Klarna Estates as a unit of Klarna Estates, and a set of covenants will be recorded such that it must be developed, operated, and maintained just like the Greens of Klarna, because we heard feedback from folks in Klarna that the Greens of Klarna was a popular subdivision of the entire community. Moreover, there's a component where there's townhomes will go in, where before there was an inn at the country club. The neighbors asked that we tear down the decrepit inn and replace it, which we've done with townhomes, and we've likewise agreed that the townhome community will be annexed into Klarna Estates and will be covered by the same set of covenants which burdens the adjacent townhome community. Mr. Burnett spoke to you about the golf course. The covenants on the golf course were set to expire in 2021. The overwhelming opinion we heard was that needs to be extended, and through our agreement, we've extended the championship golf course another 50 years where it must be a golf course. In addition, we heard the concern that we needed the golf course and the country club maintained properly. Through our agreement, we've given the Klarna Homeowners Association and the ACC authority to make sure we not only invested the $4 million in the country club, but maintained it in a proper condition. That's in the agreement. And as to the $4 million, I've never heard of this happening before, where my client is putting the money into an account and he is giving the association control over the funds where he cannot utilize them unless he is able to illustrate that those funds will go for the betterment of the country club, and the association has control over that mechanism. And finally, under the agreement, I call it the single-family home sites on A through D. Likewise, those sites will be annexed into existing units of Klarna such that, and covered by restricted covenants, such that those homes must appear just like their neighbors with the same architect control committee and the same square footage. The real question I've heard from concerned neighbors isn't whether this agreement's good. They've asked, Danny, does it have any teeth? Well, let's look at the backdrop. The Homeowners Association wasn't represented by one law firm, they were represented by two. They were represented by the Chase law firm and the Owsley law firm. And the Owsley law firm took the lead on drafting the covenants. I think everybody recognizes the Owsley law firm's name and its reputation in the community as a very sound law firm. After the Owsley law firm drafted it, the agreement was vetted by the board. And this is a very diverse and experienced board. One of the members, I said his first name is Justice Grimes. He was a member of the Supreme Court. He and his board members vetted it. Moreover, Mr. Burnett is making a huge investment in the Klarna community, and to protect himself, he needs to make sure my client does put that $4 million in the community. He retained the law firm of Boyd and Durant, Joe Boyd's law firm, to vet it and make sure it was enforceable and binding. With this backdrop, in my years of drafting covenants, I've never seen a set of covenants more thoroughly vetted and reviewed by experienced real estate attorneys. The bad news for my client is he was simply out-lawyered at every step of the way, but when the dust settled, good attorneys have given the opinion that it's enforceable and binding. In closing, I just want to say, as a native Tallahassean, I'm proud of this project. I'm looking forward to being part of it, and I think when the dust settles and it's built, it'll be another positive component of our community, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we, I know it's, we just added this, but is there a representative voice who would like to take, now, first of all, we've got 35 speakers, so I'm certain we'll get a full hearing of the diversity of perspective, but if there is a representative who wants to take 6 minutes to make a presentation on behalf of the other side of this argument, I want to go ahead and yield the mic if there is anyone who wants to take advantage of it.
All right, Mayor.
Mayor Mark Lawson.
We had to force you. Come on up, Mark.
Mr.
I'd like to reserve the opportunity to listen because, like I said, this is all news to a lot of people. But I may not even take that time, but we'll take you up on we get down the road. We're all ears.
Mr. May, there is one thing left from our presentation, simply Site D is one lot, not two, as depicted, and we are amending the covenants to make that correction. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Got it. Thank you very much. Commissioners, I know no one wants to have to miss any of the speakers, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute, and then we'll come back and begin with the 35 speakers. I want to call this meeting back to order. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order and begin to take speakers. We've got about 35 speakers that are on deck. We're about to begin. We have about 35 speakers that are scheduled.
I would like to take the gracious offer for a couple of minutes to speak on behalf of this side of the,
Okay.
of the room. I don't want to take up the full 6 minutes because I know Mark Lawson wants a little bit of that, but I would like to take about 3 minutes just to give you our
Please.
our view of some things right now.
Sure, absolutely. We welcome it.
Good evening. My name's Gary Early. I live at 5009 Kinmare Court on the 8th hole. This is the group's 3 minutes. I don't want to forfeit my 3 minutes, but I just want to say two things. It appears as though the zoning has been changed here, but not the comp plan. There has not been a suggestion that the comp plan be changed from anything other than the request that's on the table for urban residential. I know I've met with a number of y'all. I think that urban residential is absolutely inconsistent with your comp plan facially. There's just no question about it. But here's the other thing, Commissioner Miller, before I get too far afield, I know what the staff's remark is, that Kilaurin Estates isn't a neighborhood, it's a conglomeration. But anyway, it is lunacy to ask this group over here that's been involved in this for over 2 years to try to respond to a complete change in this proposal. We have come here prepared to talk about something, and we've planned and prepared for this for quite some time. And for this group to come in here and say, well, we're not talking about that anymore. We have a whole different plan. We have the Kilaurin Homes Association that's done something that none of us have seen and none of us were involved in. It was completely done on their own. And to expect us to be able to come in here and respond and react to this whole new plan is absolute lunacy. And I would ask, on behalf of the people over here who are trying to protect their homes and their livelihoods and their families, that we have a month to at least sit back and try.
We're going to keep order. We're going to keep order. Sir, if you could speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
No worries.
It is just ridiculous to ask us to respond in this, 10 minutes now that we've heard about it. I would ask respectfully that somebody make a motion that this be deferred for a month. Give us an opportunity to analyze all this stuff that's apparently been vetted by somebody that we haven't seen. Give us a chance to vet it. Give us a chance to respond, and give us a meaningful opportunity to come before this commission and express our concerns.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak to that too.
Okay, if you could take the microphone, and then we'll wrap this part up and begin our speakers.
No, this is part of this. There's a split of opinion here. Gary can speak for everybody he wants to. I've been chasing the greased pig around for 2 years, okay? This is a greased pig. This is not new. My view is, let's hear what we can hear. Let's defer to Gary if that's necessary. It takes a lot of effort to show up here. This is a community problem that desires and demands dialogue. If we need to defer, let's do that after we continue to speak. That's my 15 cents.
Thank you very much. So I'll just say it's pretty evident in the room where folks are. And so one of the things that I'd like to request humbly, if you could control it, it'd be great. If not, I realize there's spontaneous applause that breaks out, but it eats into our time, and I'm sure we want to all try to move through this as expeditiously as we can, respectfully. There's one microphone at one time, and that's the person who's speaking there until that time has expired. So we're a good community and a respectful community, so we're going to proceed in that order. Now, obviously, we've got 35 speakers. If someone says something that you already agree with, you can feel free to say I waive in support. If there is additional information to add, a different perspective, your own perspective, obviously we'll be here as long as it takes to move through each speaker. But certainly don't feel compelled to absorb all 3 minutes if what you have to say can be done in 2. Commissioner Miller?
Well, first of all, I heard the speaker say something that I really would like for the staff to clarify because it is not consistent with my understanding, so I can clarify it for everybody. And that was in relations to the, and I'm thinking that you're going to want to hear this, and because my impression was that this was really kind of the direction you all were going. So what Judge Early said was that there had been no change in land use. It was only zoning, and that is not my understanding. So if that is, would you make that more clear to all of us?
Sure. If I could take a moment to clarify what's been proffered here this evening. If you look at the map in front of you, that is as this property stands today. The application as it was submitted to us would have changed primarily the Site E to urban residential. So that's what was offered to us. Staff, as part of our process, realized that there were other areas that were non-conforming in here and recommended an addition to the application. What's changed in the last few days is this. It's gone from a request to UR on the entirety of the 35 acres that comprise Site E to RP on approximately 33 or 32 and a half of those acres, and UR on only the segment that was the site of the pre-existing inn. So the change has I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that there's been a significant change. The change is simply to have taken the request down from 10 units per acre to 6 units per acre for the vast majority of the site.
Down zoning.
Zoning basically follows suit. The site would go to, instead of R4, as was requested in the application, it would go to RP2. And R4, again, on just the segment, just the 2.5 acres, which previously housed the inn. And that would be concurrent with the UR zoning there, RP2 being concurrent with their, or consistent with the RP land use on the remaining 32.5 acres. So in effect, this is a lesser request at this point.
Commissioner Miller, does that satisfy your question?
Well, that's what thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Treasurer Clerk, we'll go ahead and begin with the speakers, please.
All right. The first speaker will be Mr. Early, Gary Early, followed by Chick Hammond.
And explain the lights.
And with the large number of speakers, I'll let you know that to the left of the microphone there is a light that will turn green when your time begins, and you'll see it turn to a yellow or amber when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then it will turn red. I'll also let you know when the 3 minutes has
I
reached.
appreciate the accommodation. My wife is a little ailing, and I'm going to leave here as soon as I'm done and go home and fix her some dinner, I think. So,
If you'll give your name and address, we'll begin.
All right, I'm Gary Early again, 5009 Kenmare Court. I apologize for getting a little exercised. This, like I said, this is a surprise to us, and we're trying to react to something we've just gotten. But anyway, we're here in an effort to bail out Mr. Tuck, a rapacious business owner who over 20 years managed to suck so much money out of the Killearn Country Club that he caused it to fall into disrepair. And the request is to reward him for his greed, and so his amendment will require a sacrifice. And so who's going to make that sacrifice? Will it be Mr. Tuck, the neglectful owner who doesn't want to invest part of his own sizable fortune into improving his own business, his own investment and asset? Should he make a sacrifice? No, no one seems to have the stomach or fortitude to require him to sacrifice his own fortune to maintain his own business. Well, how about the golf course members who will get a luxurious new clubhouse in which to sip their cocktails and dine after a hard day on the links? And I'm a member of the course. Trust me, I would like this as well. And don't forget that members are the only people who are going to get to use the course, and they are the only people who are going to get to use the clubhouse. So maybe their dues should be increased so that they can fund their own improvements to their playground. No interest in having them make a sacrifice. Well, how about Killearn Estates? Because the Killearn Homeowners Association has apparently made the argument that preserving the golf course benefits the neighborhood as a whole. So maybe the neighborhood should get an increase in the dues from the whopping $150 a year that they pay now to fund these improvements. But no, those people shouldn't have to sacrifice anything to protect their home values. So who bears the sacrifice of this amendment? Those people over there. Those people sitting over on that side of the room who can't afford to have somebody buy them nice shirts tonight. So the people who are going to sacrifice are the people on all of North, but primarily the people on holes 7 and 8. And those people who, if this goes through, will have been proven naive enough to believe that the city would protect them from further plunder, that the city's comp plan meant something more than the paper it was printed on. The people who were gullible enough to think that a future land use map meant a map of future land uses. So let's just have these people sacrifice so nobody else has to. You should vote this amendment down. It does nothing but give a gift of upzoned and more valuable property to a person who ran his business into the ground. We bought into the city's rules, and Mr. Tuck is just using his money and his lawyers to buy out of them.
That's 3 minutes.
All right. I'm going to go take care of my wife. I hope that she appreciates your efforts tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Chick Hammond. After Mr. Hammond, or Ms. Hammond, will be Maxine Latini.
My name is Chick Hammond. I live at 4604 Foxcroft Court, Tallahassee, 32309. I've been a member of the club for 40 years off and on. We bought it Killearn in 1968 when it was brand new. Why? Because of the country club. Came back after we lived here for a few years. 10 years later, it was a booming, full membership country club. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. We had swimming, we have tennis, we have golf, we have social activities. It was marvelous. It has gone downhill over the years. And now, we do not have enough membership to maintain the club as it is now, which is falling apart. It has been the center of Killearn Estates for many, many years. And without the country club, if it should fail, most of those houses were not the people that we're talking about here, but most of those houses were built in the 70s and early 80s, and they are old. Killearn Estates as a whole is old. And without Killearn Country Club as its center, I don't know what will happen to the property values there. I don't live there anymore. But I have a feeling that without the country club, those property values would go down. I really don't have much else to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker.
Next is Maxine Latini, and then Pat Curtis.
I hope you heard their names.
Maxine Latini.
Okay.
And then Pat Curtis.
My name is Maxine Latini. I live at 3440 Wellwyn Way in Killearn Estates. I've been a member of Killearn Country Club for 17 years. We all know that a new covenant agreement has been approved by Mr. Tuck, Mr. Burnett, and the Killearn Homeowners Association. We now have to jump over that last hurdle of rezoning the property by the city commissioners. I'm here to thank those of you who have already decided in favor of our rezoning and to try and push those of you who are on the fence over to our side. And I'm hoping to make those of you who might vote no to feel a little guilty. Did you know that Killearn has a PGA Juniors program? This program is open to the entire community. Our pros not only teach these children how to golf, but also instill the values of integrity and honesty, virtues these children will carry throughout their lives. If kids want to sign up and have no equipment, Members of the club donate their clubs, their balls, whatever they need, so that they can have a chance to experience the game. If you could watch these kids swing a golf club and the way they present themselves, you would be absolutely amazed. They are all respectful, polite, and have a smile a mile long because they are loving what they are learning. Killearn is also a sponsor of the Drive, Chip, and Putt contest. This free initiative welcomes boys and girls ages 7 to 15 and provides them the opportunity to compete through sub-regional and regional qualifiers to earn an invitation to the national finals at the Masters in Augusta. High school golfers are out there every weekend and many weekdays during the summer. Killearn hosts high school competitions at no charge. These kids usually walk the course, which is good exercise, and carry their clubs, and they practice, practice, practice. I'm sure each of them is thinking about how they can improve their game so they can earn a golf scholarship. I'd like to mention finally the retired community of people that spend 2, 3, 4 days or more at the club. Is it because they like golf so much? Well, yeah, it is. But it's not only the golf that we look forward to. It's the camaraderie we have with each other. It's our social life. We talk, we talk about our wives, husbands, children, grandchildren. If we didn't have the Killearn Country Club, what would these lives be like? My purpose in citing these examples is to emphasize how important the golf club is to our community and families and friends. If rezoning is not approved and Mr. Tuck is not able to redevelop the facilities in 4 years, the course will close, and with it goes a happy and healthy lifestyle for a lot of us in Tallahassee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Pat Curtis, followed by Sharon Mears.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Pat Curtis, not to be confused with the other Pat Curtis who works for the county. I live at 3061 Bayshore Drive in Tree Harbor. There are a number of reasons that I'm urging you to deny this request, and those reasons will be addressed later by others. I'll limit my remarks to the concerns of Tree Harbor residents. Many of you may not be familiar with our little residential area. There are about 110 small affordable homes located on small lots tucked in along Bayshore Drive, which runs along the southern boundary of Lake Killarney, runs from Shamrock to Shannon Lakes. We're concerned primarily about two potential impacts from this development. The first is increased traffic. Our road is a very winding road with no sidewalks and many blind curves. There are a number of us in the community who have experienced close calls, particularly during the morning hours when there's a lot of traffic, as people use Bayshore as a shortcut excuse me, from Shamrock to Shannon. So our concern would be the increased traffic from multifamily zoning in this particular area. Secondly, our concern is increased runoff. The city put a considerable investment recently into improving stormwater facilities in the area to prevent flooding around Shamrock. Unfortunately, much of that runoff has now been channeled into the heart of Killearn, into our little Timber Lake. Timber Lake is surrounded by about 33 homes. Keep that in mind. Over the years, sediment has built up to the point that when we get sideswiped by Hurricane Hermine or take a direct hit from a heavy storm, water overflows the banks, floods the neighboring yards, and laps at their foundations. So if you do not deny this request, which I'm hoping you will, but if you do not, I would hope that you would assure the residents of Tree Harbor and other areas of Killearn that the stormwater will in fact be retained online and that there will be provisions to channel traffic away from Bayshore Drive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sharon Mears. And the next speaker form I have is David Ferguson. There was the item number there for Mr. Ferguson was 06, which is not on the agenda, but I'm assuming he wants to speak on this item. But Ms. Mears may go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. My name's Sharon Mears. We live at 4550 Hedgewood Drive. We also own a home in Killarn Estates on the South Course. It's golf course frontage. We took this foreclosed home that we purchased for $260,000, and it's just sold for way over $400,000. One of the things that, or two of the things that the folks opposing Mr. Tuck have expressed is, number one, the closing of the North Course, which has been one of the key elements to their opposition. That was settled in court. That course is not going to be opened again. The second issue seems to be home values. In the last 12 months, I'm sorry, I'm a real estate agent for 24 years, a broker for 10. In the last 12 months, 155 homes have sold in Killarn Estates. That's single-family homes. On average, those homes listed for around $263. On average, they sold for around $259. There were 6 golf course homes, frontages, that sold in the last 12 months. The average list price was $301,100. The average sale price was $301,366. They sold for slightly more than list price. As I said, the North is closed. It's not going to open again. We've shut that door. We're not going to open it. We have been at this for 2.5 years. That's 30 months, 900 days that we have kept this issue in limbo. It's time that it was settled. Mr. Tuck has gone through and jumped every hoop possible that he could possibly jump through to get this, hopefully, to most people's satisfaction. You can't please everybody all the time, and there probably isn't anybody who knows that better than Mr. Tuck. I strongly encourage you to vote yes so that everybody who lives in Killarn or who happens to be a member of Killarn Country Club can win. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is David Ferguson, followed by James Stockwell.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Ferguson. I live at 3061 O'Brien Drive in Killarn Estates. I'm also Secretary of the Killarn Homeowners Association. But tonight, I do not appear and speak for the Homeowners Association in any way, shape, or form. I'm here to speak as a very concerned resident of Killarn Estates about what is going on or trying to go on there. You know, there's been many statements surrounding this entire zoning process, and I wish to address a few of those. Number one, there was the article in the Tallahassee Democrat of April the 2nd that you probably have seen. The headline says, Killarn developer wins key approval. Now, I'm sure when everybody read that headline, they fully thought that the Killarn board had approved Mr. Tuck's rezoning request. When I went to church, first 8 people that met me said, Killarn has capitulated, and has, bought this into what's going on. I want to assure you, that is not true. That is not true. What the agreement that Mr. Tuck and Homeowners Board signed, they approved a group of covenants and actions that would occur only if you take the action to approve their rezoning request. That's all it is. It is not any endorsement of the activity that's going on by the rezoning request by Mr. Tuck. You know, even in the initial parts of the agreement that has been signed, as Danny Manusa alluded to, in one section, it clearly states this. I want to be clear that you understand what it just says. It states that the KOA has agreed to refrain from opposing Palmetto's request for rezoning and comp plan changes. Now, as you all know, there's a major difference between refraining from oppose and to any type of approval. The decision this evening is totally yours. You're going to hear a lot of information about what's happening, what has happened, what will happen. And I just ask you to consider this information very carefully, because whatever your decision is this evening is going to affect not only the residents of Killearn, but the city of Tallahassee for a long time. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is James Stockwell, to be followed by Scott Atwell.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, James Stockwell, 4058 Kilmartin. Many strongly object to any amendments to the future land use map for the Killearn neighborhood. The LLC's request to amend the FLUM is in direct conflict with the comprehensive plan's vision statement and many policies and objectives. This is the core issue for your deliberation and decision. Of particular interest to the property owners is the protection it provides for the neighborhood and property. The plan contains concrete visions, policies, and goals. To severely compromise and disrespect the comprehensive plan is a dangerous path that denies property rights, value of housing stock, and owner enjoyment. Some argue that the comprehensive plan is a soft document and has little meaning. Totally untrue. I would cite policies 2.2, 2.3 with the prohibition of urban enclaves in existing neighborhoods. Policy 2.2.1 forbids incompatible encroachment. Picture small units abutting large golf course homes. Unfortunately, a focus on the core issues and the rights of the homeowners has been compromised by an owner unwilling to meet with adjacent homeowners, as evidenced by the right in the application, many questionable tactics and positions, a rush hour and 11th hour by the developer to meet with adjacent property owners, a negotiating technique employed to create a rush environment with threats of withdrawal if a PUD is required. Unfortunately, constant repeated threats and fear creation are present. Unfortunately, urban infill has achieved a status that can trash the competitive comprehensive plan, along with the rights of property owners, the value of housing stock, and the rightful enjoyment of the beautiful sites they purchase. Most unfortunate is in a most casual fashion. The 204 owners of the narrow region have had their rights, values, and enjoyments, cited as a needed sacrifice to transfer wealth to the owner and developer to build 134 intrusive units. I hope Killearn residents do not hear, unfortunately, your sacrifice is necessary. Please vote no on the proposed amendments. Please retain maximum control until the Killearn's future as a premier recreational family and retired neighborhood can be given the care and attention study it deserves. What happened to the assurances of a PUD many of you discussed? Threats have created a negative environment. A no vote will create a positive path forward with changes that enhance the Killearn neighborhood, the club, the values, and an excellent quality of life. There is no rush. If you want to do what is right, best, and just, no rush. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Scott Atwell. He'll be followed by Ken Plant.
Commissioners, thank you. My name is Scott Atwell. I live at 3011 Shamrock Street North. I've been a Tallahassee resident for 34 years. The last 30 years, I've lived in the Killearn neighborhood. I'm going to divert from my remarks just for a moment, my prepared remarks, because Gary Early was just here, a judge, public servant. His wife's battling cancer, and he got booed off the stage by these people in the green shirts. I hope you feel proud about yourself. You see what this has done to the all-American city? He's turned us against ourselves. Nancy, he's turned us against ourselves, and we're arguing against each other over a clubhouse. Well, people are losing property values. I'm here to tee it up for everybody else, but I'm going to skip forward. Commissioner Maddox, last night you were kind enough to meet with us. You told us how difficult a decision this was. Because in your words, it's an issue of competing needs. It's not about a need. This is about greed. It's about a transfer of wealth, because real estate property values do not get created out of thin air. This is going to come from the home values of the lambs who are being sacrificed. What's being asked for here is a privately funded government bailout of business. Ms. Mears, the question isn't about what the golf course homes are selling for. The question is, what are the former golf course homes selling for? And it doesn't have to be this way, commissioners. There's a path on the other side of this where you can make everyone happy, all of your constituents. But it starts with voting no, sending a loud and clear message that in this, the all-American city, it's not okay to sacrifice one citizen over another. Many wanted to be here tonight. I have petitions of some 200 I'd like to put into the record.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ken Plant, followed by Bill Bubsey.
Good evening. My name is Ken Plant. I live at 3057 O'Brien Drive on the north side of the Narrows. We have a slide. Excuse me. If you will give us a minute to set up a slideshow.
How's this time?
Yes.
While we were on break, I handed out a copy of our presentation of all the slides, and also put one in the record so you can be able to follow along. Okay.
Feel free to come up and.
All right. Good, thank you. Over the last few months, years literally, that we've been going through this, we've met with city commissioners, county commissioners, never Mr. Tuck. We finally had a meeting with the developer over the weekend. We've all been told by the Planning Commission, everybody, the great weight or deference is given to the Killearn Homeowners Association or any homeowners association. I'm here to say to you that that is a misplaced deference. The presentation you just heard about this agreement that was signed was literally done in secret under the cover of darkness on Friday night. We found out about it when we read the Democrat on Sunday morning. We have never been presented it was posted on the website. We've never had a meeting with the Homeowners Association. The last we had talked about with the Homeowners Association several months ago was they were not taking a position. And from that, we get an agreement that sacrifices a lot of people's backyards. We do not disagree with keeping the Killearn Country Club. We want it. It helps everybody. The question is, how do you go about doing that? Now, the presentation that was made to you with this agreement, and Monday I requested from our Homeowners Association a copy of the minutes of all the meetings that have been held, as well as last Friday, and I got the message back saying they were confidential. I have not been able to get it. They met in secret, which was a violation of Chapter 790, as well as the Killearn homeowners bylaws that say they have to open it up, and if they don't, this is how you do it. But the statute controls. We were never given any notice of any of this. So what Gary Early was saying is, let us look at it. We may agree with some of the things. I don't know. But you shouldn't allow Mr. Tuck to amend a comprehensive plan that's been going through the process on the fly and say, oops, we didn't really want that. This is what we want, but we're not going to give anybody time to give you any input. Now, the agreement literally was done, as I said, Friday night. It was posted Saturday morning, April 1st. I thought it was an April Fool's joke. Apparently it wasn't. The board acted based on a survey that they had in December, and the survey had 660 residents out of 3,700 respond. 660 said, go forth and negotiate. That was 18%. Of those, only a total of 14% of the community said, go forth. and negotiate. I'm sorry, but 14% does not make them represent this group. They have a fiduciary responsibility to everybody. And I can assure you, if the decision is based, your decision is based on this new plan that's being drawn up, it is going to be challenged because they didn't have the authority to do this and bind us and take away our property rights.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Bill Bubsey.
I'm sorry.
It's Bill Bubsey,
Followed by
Jay Rayburn.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, first of all, I'd like to thank each of you for meeting with us so we could explain our concerns in a little bit more intimate setting than this. I live at 3069 O'Brien. That's on the 5th hole on the Narrows. I just mowed it again yesterday. But my wife is Jan Bubsey. She works for the city. I think some of you know her. We moved here in 1992. She worked in a golf course in New Orleans. I retired from the Marine Corps. We wanted to live on another golf course. So where Mr. Early lives, Judge Early lives right now, 5009 Kenmare, that's where we lived. We lived there for 1 year and then built a house where we live now. In fact, we had to get another lot because our house wouldn't fit on the first lot we selected. We love it there, raised our kids there, would like to live here for the foregoing future. On December 1st, we decided we had to quit Killearn. And the reason for that was we spent a lot of money at Killearn, but I could see nothing being done to the course to make it better. And I don't know how many of you have taken a little tour of Killearn, but there's many areas that facially could have been fixed for little or no money, and that never was accomplished. Now let me get to my main thing. Myth 2, the rezoning request should be granted to meet the comprehensive plan's policy favoring urban infill. This is the myth that's promulgated by the applicant, Mr. Tuck. Here's the reality. The comprehensive plan prohibits infill within the heart of an existing neighborhood. Emphasis on the word existing. Killearn Estates is a single, multifaceted neighborhood that has existed since the 1960s, as we all know. The proposed change would be in the heart of Killearn Estates. You've seen all these maps. You know where the golf course is located. The proposed zoning change is a classic example of what I'll call illegal spot zoning. More pertinent, perhaps, is reference to the comp plan policy 1.15. Therein, it talks about densities and intensities which are intended to reflect the availability of capital infrastructure. Capital infrastructure, which supports higher land use densities and intensities, consists of the following: sewer and water, roads, mass transit, solid waste, drainage, and number 6, parks. How many of those do we hit on? 3. Yes, we have sewer and water in, I'm going to just say area E for the sake of this discussion. We have solid waste, of course, and we have parks. What we don't have is mass transit, 3.5 miles away as best we could ascertain. Second, drainage. We heard all about drainage. Clearly that's deficient presently. And roads, there are no access roads for 133 houses. I don't care if the people are 55.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Can we let him conclude?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. That was my first point. My second point was myth 3, if we could put it up there. You may have it in front of you. What this is referencing from the applicant is, the myth is R4 zoning of the North Course Narrows, which is where we live, is consistent with the surrounding area. In reality, the Mythbusters, that's us, say as follows. The city staff's report at page 14 indicates that the subject matter includes single-family homes to the north, east, and south. Well, we've all been out there. We know that we have Kilrush, and we have that other little development that, you know, people have talked about. If they burn down, they can't rebuild because they're not R4. All we have to do is rezone those R4, and that can be affected.
But what some want to do is take those and say that should be the model for what's going on in E, and that should not be the model. The model should be looking at Shamrock, around, and up into, Kenmare Court, and then up Keohane Way, and then down O'Brien. All of the other holes on the Narrows are surrounded predominantly by single-family homes, many of which reside on lots that are a half acre or more. So, as I said, rezone the two townhouse sections. Do not alter the golf course. Most of the property is already single-family. And just interestingly, today, there's not a map up there, but if you recall, 7 goes in a northerly direction, 8 comes and does an abrupt left, probably at 150 yards, and then 9 comes back up the hill, forming what I like to look at as a fish hook. What I ask the commission is, don't be the fish.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jay Rayburn, and then Laurie Davis.
Commissioners, my name is Jay Rayburn. I'm a faculty member of the School of Communication at Florida State University. I've lived in Killearn Estates for 32 years. I live on hole number 3 of the North Course, and I've been a member of Killearn Country Club since 1987. I'm going to talk about 3 myths. After each slide that I show you with the myth number on it, there are individuals and additional slides that provide evidence to the points that I will cover. I don't have time to read each of these slides, but they are included there for your reference, and they will verify what I have to say. Myth number 4, if approval is not granted, Palmetto will close the entire golf course. Palmetto is going to have you believe that it will close this entire course if this application isn't approved. Mr. Tuck has made this statement publicly on various occasions, but let's take a look at what this statement means. Pure myth. Palmetto has already recorded a restrictive covenant dedicating the south and east holes of the course to golf only until 2061. Now, did Palmetto really mean to close the course, or is this just a bluff to run a decision through the commission much more quickly? Closing the golf course would be declared waste under the existing mortgage agreement. So if the course is closed, then the agreement between Palmetto and the lender would trigger a default under the terms of the existing mortgage, and Mr. Tuck would become personally responsible for the balance due on the mortgage. If the course is closed, there will be no revenue to service the $2.6 million of debt for which Mr. Tuck is, again, personally responsible. We wonder, would he really put his assets at that much risk? Myth number 5, Palmetto has promised to put $4 million into escrow for a new clubhouse, but we wonder how. In the past few months, Palmetto has borrowed $792,000 to survive, including $225,000 in February of this year. The existing mortgage, and this is very important, contains a due on sale clause, which means the proceeds from any sale of any part of the club must be paid to the lender, the United Bank of Cairo, Georgia. Mr. Tuck claims the bank would waive this requirement, but we have seen no documentation to substantiate his claim. Mr. Tuck owes, as I said, $2.6 million, and that's what we know about. We wonder then, just where's this $4 million going to come from? Myth number 6, Mr. Tuck claims the golf industry is in decline and the course cannot make money. But what do the facts show? A Forbes magazine article published last year says that the number of rounds of golf played in the U.S. increased in 2015 and again in 2016.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time. I urge you to vote no.
Okay.
Next speaker is Laurie Davis. Laurie Davis, followed by Teresa Colvin.
Mayor, Commissioners, it's great to see you again. My name is Lori Davis. I live at 3042 Shamrock Street North. I'm a self-employed sole proprietor. I am hoping the Commissioners will hear our message. We want to save the golf course, but not with this plan. Myth 7, the submitted application will have little impact on traffic in Killearn. Here are the Mythbusters. Fact, there is no viable road capable of providing public ingress or egress into the proposed development at Site E. The two proposed access roads are Tyrone Pass and Longford Drive. Tyrone Pass suitability is highly questionable. The preliminary traffic study states only a portion can be widened. Longford Drive is a small local street with a poor safety record. Neither is designed to handle the type of traffic this rezoning will generate, even at 133 units. I have a comment here about the study and 116%, obviously with the proposal of just a few minutes ago. I don't want to quote that stat because I'm not sure how accurate it is, but let's just say that with the number of houses and units to be constructed, we're going to be looking at somewhere over 300 cars. The traffic study stated that Shannon Lakes Drive is already deficient. With houses on each side and a concrete bridge, exactly where are the cars going to go in order to reach Kerry Forest out to Thomasville? Even if a portion of eventual residents are over 55, they still drive. Many of them still work. I keep hearing about senior traffic. I'm 61, I'm still going strong. Residents in Pebble Creek, Tree Harbor, and Sawgrass have narrow one-lane roads not capable of handling the cut-through traffic that this proposal may generate. And the latest plan, with potential of over 300 vehicles on roads not able to accommodate them, just has no specifics. How will traffic move through to access roads? How will traffic volume be managed? Let's get specifics before we find we're facing a problem which can't effectively be managed. Here's Myth 8. Developing parcels on the North 9 holes will save the Killearn Golf Course. Here's the Mythbusters. Fact. Once you approve this application, whether it be R4, R2, whatever, all bets are off. There are no guarantees. There's nothing, I repeat, nothing to stop any type of higher maximum development. The proposed covenants can only be enforced one way, through the courts. The proposed 125-foot buffer is a poor substitute for a golf course. Our illustrious Homeowners Association negotiated away restrictions the rest of us have to comply with. My neighbors are going to look at RVs, boats, and vehicles, and let's not forget the animal waste and human foot traffic in the dog park and walking paths. Vote to deny this application. We all want to save the golf course, and we want to see a badly neglected club refurbished. But let's do it with an enforceable plan which furnishes specifics that will hold both the landowner and any developers accountable. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Teresa Colvin.
We want to make sure that all our speakers are factual. We all know that you're younger than 61.
It's not so. Not so. Lancome.
Didn't get by us.
She said Lancome.
Good evening, Mayor Gillum and Commissioners. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Teresa Colvin, and I live at 3013 Gray Abbey Court. I am on hole number 8, tee box. I am at ground zero. I am speaking here today to oppose the request to rezone the Killearn Country Club from open space. I am very concerned about stormwater and water quality. I'm here to present myth number 9. This is the myth. Stormwater runoff issues will be handled consistent with the City of Tallahassee's requirements. Myth buster. In reality, in January of this year, recent rainstorms produced incredible sheet flooding affecting the developed side of the Killearn Country Club next to Kilrush. See attached photos. This photo was personally taken by myself. I was on my way to work one day and I said, wow, look at the whitecaps. This water is coming off of a private road where the proposed egress and ingress will take place of the proposed project. And while the city recently spent approximately $2 million of taxpayer money to upgrade stormwater facilities and infrastructure on Shamrock North, it did not contemplate the Palmetto Tuck development. Additionally, the city spent $250,000 of taxpayer money to address problems from the 6th green of the Narrows to account for the stormwater runoff that was existing at the time. You did a great job on building the wall. These are pictures of Kenmare Court, where the recent storms in January provided additional stormwater runoff. The current existing city requirements are not holding up to the demand of the water that is coming through this property. In closing, I would like to thank you for your consideration, and I urge you to side with the insightful and correct recommendation of your Planning Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Claire Duchemin, followed by Mark Lawson.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Claire Duchemin. I live at 3041 O'Brien Drive. I've lived in Killearn Estates since 1987, and I've been a member of Killearn Country Club since 1983. I'm here to talk to you about myth number 10, the worst case scenario. There are no other options besides the comp plan amendment and the zoning change to save Killearn. First, in 2015, as the Mythbusters, a group of residents offered to purchase the golf course for fair market value pursuant to a covenant and restriction that was granted by J.T. Williams when the golf course was first developed. Mr. Tuck flat out told us he would never sell the country club to the group for fair market value. Second, the core area that is near the golf course could easily be developed. You granted a permit for demolition of a hotel, there was originally supposed to be a 3-year requirement that the site be rebuilt or they would lose the right to do so under the existing development agreement. That was extended to 5 years. We're in about year 2 now. Not one thing has been done to develop that already existing site with already existing multifamily zoning on it that could easily be used to generate revenue to refurbish the club. In addition, as was previously shown on one of the slides that's also in your packet, Mr. Tuck has a $3.6 million cap on his mortgage. He has a future advance clause, which gives him the right to borrow additional money. He can borrow up to an additional $1 million under his future advance clause because he currently only has $2.6 million in debt. That would provide sufficient capital to at least initially start some good faith improvements at the clubhouse to demonstrate that he really means what he says this time. There are additional options that could be considered aside from a government bailout. Those are the owner and the country club members are the ones who want the new clubhouse. Well, let's let them pay for it. In addition to the $1 million available under the future advance clause, members can be assessed annually to share in the clubhouse costs that they will enjoy. Members also can increase dues, which as a member I know have not increased in many, many years. In preparing for tonight's meeting, I read over Chapter 163, which is a sure cure for insomnia, and I also read the city's comprehensive plan. And mysteriously absent from anywhere in that plan, in any of the statutes or in any of the regulations that affect comprehensive land use planning and zoning, is any justification for rezoning or changing a land use plan that is based upon a failing private enterprise. And I submit to you that as the city commissioners, there has to be a reason to change zoning. We don't just get to change zoning and comprehensive plans because we want to. And what is the justification that has been offered for this? The only justification is that if you don't play by my rules, I'm going to take my ball and go home.
Excuse me, your time's expired.
A playground bully should not be allowed to bully the city commission. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Lawson and then Linda Franklin.
I'll look up there. Good evening. My name is Mark Lawson. Thank you for speaking with everybody and including, I'm sorry, thank you for speaking with everybody, including people on both sides of this issue. I've been asked to speak to the issue of whether this litigation that's been referenced is settled. Like the speaker said before, litigation's not been settled. It deals with that. That is the golf course layout in 1968 prepared by the original designer. The property that is known as Killearn Estates was sold and marketed as a golf course community. There are 40-some covenants, not the special covenant that people want to confuse, that are recorded repeatedly that set aside 50 feet in every backyard. They ring every strip of that golf course. That's called a negative easement. What that means is it's a mutual promise made by the developer at the time the property is developed. Law in the United States, and including Florida, says that when you do that as a developer, you create an implied right in the parties to receive the benefit of a lake, a park, in this case a golf course. There are cases in Washington State, New Mexico, Arizona, Nebraska, Georgia that will all confirm this. This case is on appeal. It is right now on appeal for a class certification. We expect the court here to take jurisdiction back when that ends, and we expect the court to rule against us. That's what courts do. That's why you have appellate courts. This is long from settled. There's a lis pendens on the case. It's not coming off the property. All it means is the property is subject to a suit. That means all these restrictions, all this activity will just get peeled off when we do win. We might not win. There's a doggone good chance we will, because in every one of the states I cited, those cases all work themselves up to the Supreme Court. To buttress this, we have supplied to you in the record a copy of the First American Title Insurance Company memorandum, our advisory, that says to people that insure title, don't you ever insure a golf course without coming to the head office, because they've lost money when they've done that. Now, you can't enforce a private covenant as a government, and your land use cannot negate the private covenants involved. That's why what the Killearn Homeless Association did by meeting in private, that's questionable why they would do that. That's just associational due process or lack thereof. But the bottom line is nothing you do here tonight will interfere with a court at a later date deciding that that right to have the negative easement exists. And if you do this tonight and it continues on, at some point those two concepts will converge and it will be a colossal mess for this community, i.e., the court will say there is a right to have a golf course use. Mr. Tuck doesn't have to keep it open, but that will control the use of the property, which means anything that's proposed, all this ink, all these proposals are worthless. Now, what I would urge you to do, work together with the community, with Mr. Tuck, to develop a overall PUD plan. I've worked with one of the state universities in their engineering school. They would come and do a demonstration project and work with the parties, but this entire 285 acres.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Needs to be looked at comprehensively and not piecemeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Linda Franklin. Ms. Franklin will be followed by Rip Colvin.
My name's Linda Franklin. I've lived in Killearn for 20 years and Tallahassee for 50 years. I live on the 8th green of the North Nine. My myth is the city of Tallahassee needs to rezone Killearn to save Tuck. It is not the city's job to save a businessman that has let his business run down. Mr. Tuck has plenty of money to hire lawyers, a PR firm, buy green T-shirts, and pay to bus people to make an impression on you. Why didn't he use all this money to start construction on a clubhouse? No change in zoning is needed for that. Mr. Tuck is about 20 years late and $2.5 million short to now be saying, and I quote from his website, "Improvements to the golf course not only make your golfing experience better, but increase your property values. By keeping the course and clubhouse at a competitive level, we'll continue to keep Killearn a top neighborhood." Oh, really? Is he speaking to the people on the North Nine who have always kept their property up? Do our property values not matter? A great number of us on the North Nine are senior citizens. We should not have been subjected to the stress of having our property values threatened. Mr. Tuck has already taken over $11 million out of our economy and has not reinvested any of it into the upkeep of his club. Mr. Tuck has never done what he should to keep up the golf course, and yet everyone seems to want to bend over backwards to help him, and we can't understand why. There are still many questions and things to know before a decision is considered. Denial for a change of zoning will give you, the City Commission, the most power to keep the lines of communication open. There are still too many questions and things to know before a decision is considered. Mr. Tuck has done absolutely nothing to have anyone trust him ever. Our members of Preserve Killearn are the only people that want to save the entire 27-hole golf course and country club. We do not want to sacrifice our neighbors. Please vote to deny and help us save the golf course.
Rip Colvin is next, and then Janet Thornton.
Commissioners, thank you for having me. I'm Rip Colvin. I live at 3013 Gray Abbey Court, which is, it backs up to tee box on the eighth hole of the north, and 7th green on the north. I am at ground zero. I'm at ground zero. I'm a state employee, 25-year employee, work for the Justice Administrative Commission. I've been a 2-time member of Killearn. I left Killearn because of the deteriorating facilities. I just could not deal with the facilities anymore. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out and meeting with us out at one of my neighbors' homes, as well as making your offices available to us to come and talk to you about this very important issue. I, along with my colleagues before me, urge you to vote no and deny the application. And why? Number one is the secret agreement that was reached by Killearn. They did not, we went to numerous homeowners association meetings and we voiced our opinion. The overwhelming sentiment at the homeowners association meetings was to deny, to walk away, to oppose. Excuse me.
We're going to maintain order. We're going to, if you could address us, and we'll deal with the audience. If we could maintain order, can you?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I was there. And the overwhelming sentiment was to oppose. So here's what they did. They met in secret. I asked for a copy of the vote. They said, sorry, it's secret. We can't tell you. It's confidential. And I said, really? And they said, that's what it is. That's what the board, our board attorney told us. It's upzoning, spot zoning to reward a lack of investment in the golf course. It's a government bailout. It is a bad idea. The application isn't compatible with adjoining properties. 0.5 to 1 acre lots, a half acre to 1 acre lots. We're talking about a huge difference between what's being proposed in our backyards of 1/10 to 1/12 of an acre. Huge difference. That's not compatible, Mayor. That's not compatible, Commissioners. There is a due on sale clause in the note. He has to get that taken care of one way or the other, and we've heard nothing to say that that's going to be done. The list pendants, it could push it out anywhere from 8 to 27 months. The KHA has had no leverage to deal with Mr. Tuck. All they've had to do is understand that he says, if you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to close the course. And so they've been negotiating under those tactics. The greatest leverage that the KHA and homeowners can get is if the City Commission says no. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge you to side with the insightful and correct recommendation of your Planning Commission. You are the only government that can ensure and secure our property benefits and avoid a disastrous precedent in golf course communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Janet Thornton. After Ms. Thornton is Fred Vroom.
Hello, my name is Janet Thornton. I live at 3057 Sawgrass Circle in the Greens of Killearn. And before I speak about my personal experience and the impact on my life of the change, if it is so approved, is just to say, how do I compare to those who are perhaps in these green shirts over there here? And, pardon me. And myth number 13 is that these individuals represent the whole of Killearn Estates, when some do not actually live in Killearn. Most are members of the golf club, and they want a clubhouse. And they do not, but a small number actually live on the Narrows where I live, in the Greens of Killearn. And so the consequences of this, of voting yes, is that it'll have little consequence, if any, on them. But it'll have a tremendous consequence on my life. I live in the Greens of Killearn. I attended graduate school to obtain a doctorate in economics, and I've worked very, very hard over the last 30 years in order to purchase my home in the Greens of Killearn. I purchased it on the first fairway of the Greens. I purchased it because it's a safe, secluded neighborhood, and that I had a golf course view. The residents in the Greens are mostly retired. The average age is well over age 70, and the streets are very, very narrow. But how do I feel? I feel I have been robbed. Because if someone entered my home today and the perpetrator was caught, he or she would go to jail. Well, what has happened now is by perhaps rezoning the Narrows, the city would allow Mr. Tuck and Palmetto, his company, to continue to steal from me and face no consequences for their actions. In fact, they, along with their developers, will actually benefit by stealing from me. And I have a very hard time understanding how this is ethically and morally correct. My property value, I check, has been declining. And in addition, it costs me because I pay to have the back fairway of the first fairway of my lawn and my neighbors. I have it mowed so that we do not have to deal with the high weeds. So it's costing me in my home value, it's costing me in maintenance. Further, the aesthetic feel of the neighborhood has been in decline since these activities. And if for some reason the developers decide, for whatever reason, to make an access road through Sawgrass Circle through the Greens of Killearn to reach the new development, then the neighborhood will be completely destroyed. Those roads are narrow, and the city garbage trucks can barely get through there without
Excuse me,
hitting
that's your
people.
3 minutes.
So thank you very much for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Fred Vroom. Then next will be Charlie Stempelos.
Good evening. My name is Fred Vroom. I live at 2801 Edenderry Drive in Tallahassee. I've lived in Killearn for 43 years and been a golfer most of that time. My foursome was made up of 3 World War II veterans, including one that flew behind the lines in Normandy on D-Day. When illness and death took those 3 individuals, just recently in the past few years, I did retire from playing golf, but I still love looking at the golf course. Now, I live 3 blocks to the west of the area proposed for development. When I leave home, I go 2 more blocks to the west, enter Shamrock North, and depart the area. That sounds simple, but there's multifamily housing there, which means there are cars on the street. If you have north-going and south-going cars plus parked cars, there's very little room for error there. In addition, there's a school bus stop there, so there are kids on both sides of the street. Often there's a parent in their vehicle containing a child waiting for the bus. And in addition, there is a steady stream of cars coming from east going to west on Shamrock North, making it very difficult to negotiate that area. Now, I've had one way to get around that. I could go 2 blocks closer to the club, enter Shamrock North before a bunch of roads empty into it, and it's quite easy at that point. Unfortunately, it's very close to the area you're going to be asked to rezone. And that road is Tyrone Pass, which is a narrow, winding road with some blind corners. When I was coming over here tonight, there were 6 10-year-old kids playing in the area. If you rezone this area, and if you add, whether it's 133 homes or 350, you're adding 200 or 300 potential vehicles, and perhaps if this all gets rezoned for 10 units per area, perhaps 700 vehicles, and then you have people visiting and playing golf and using the country club. This is really a nightmare. You don't have the infrastructure built in to do this. I urge you to vote no on this rezoning, please.
Thank you very much.
Next is Charlie Stampelos. He will be followed by Al Eppinger.
Thank you.
Good evening, Charlie Stampelos. I live at 3862 Moriarty Court. I'm not going to talk about myths, I'm going to talk about some of the facts. I've given your lawyer what is pretty much a copy of this map. It's Moriarty Court Exhibit 1, and I've given him a composite exhibit which has 13 pages. I'd like that offered into evidence in this case. You have copies? Okay. Is there a problem? Okay. I've lived at 3862 Moriarty Court since March of 1989 until June of 2014, when our house was hit by lightning, and my wife and I watched our house burn to the ground. Over the summer, we decided to rebuild our house because we lived on a golf course. It was a beautiful area. We entered into a contract, and of course, a few days before we were ready to break ground, we heard about the plan to close the 9 or the 18 or the 27. We went forward because the information was not very concrete. So there you have it. That's where we live. And the applicant wants to change the future land use map on sites A, B, C, and D from current 0, because it's open space, 0 density, 0 intensity, to 6 density, intensity of single-family homes, townhomes, and duplexes. On page 6 of the staff report, the staff made a cardinal and fatal error. What they did was they lumped all the sites together, and they said, I'm speaking about Site D. What they said is, you got to look at Barron Park, and you see it on the map here. It's at the corner of Kilmartin and Shamrock. The density for Barron Park, it's a circular residential area. There are 2 sites. The density of that area is 5.44. As a matter of fact, there's a ditch to the west. You have a map in your printout. That's at page 5. I took that picture. That ditch runs north and south. It's a natural artificial boundary between Barron Park. The staff also relies on the townhouse of the townhomes to the north of that with a density. They are attached 2-story townhomes. They have a density of 9.52. So staff says they're in the vicinity of Site D. They are not. Those 2 properties are not in the vicinity. I talked to Deborah Thomas a couple of times. She was very kind, very considerate. I talked to her this morning, and I said, I just want to go over this map with you again. Are those 2 properties in the vicinity of Site D? And she said no. That was a cardinal error. There is no factual basis to have a density of 6 units per acre on Site D, A, B, C, or D. I'm not going to talk about B. Again, I live off Site D, so there's no factual basis to determine, for you to determine that there should be a future land use map of 6.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes have expired.
Can I have?
You can go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay, conspicuous by its absence on that map is any message, any statement of what the density is on Moriarty Court or Kilmartin. Why is that? Because my lot's 0.6 of an acre. I suggest to you that the density on Moriarty Court is probably 2 or less. 2 is 1/3 of 6. That doesn't even come close. Why is that? I don't know. I don't have any reason for that. The other problem with this is if you have the current zoning is 3.6 units per acre. And without a rezoning change, Mr. Tuck put 3.6 single-family homes on Lot 1 because it's 1 acre. The only way to orient those properties is perpendicular to Comartin. We have a 12.5 setback on Unit 26. I don't know what it is for Site D. In other words, my neighbors and I to the east will be looking at a brick wall with air-conditioned units, Rinnais, et cetera. Now, not only that, but under the covenants, they allow you to put you can put a fence on your side yard. A fence. So it's good news and bad news. Folks, you don't have to look at a brick wall, but you can look at a fence. And that's just not right. There's no legal or factual basis. It's not fairly debatable. I suggest you ask your lawyer on that particular question. There's no factual basis to have a future land use map approval for Site A. I'll stick to Site D. Thank you very much for the additional time.
The next speaker is Al Eppinger. Al Eppinger, and he will be followed by Bill Graham.
This is not a myth. I live on the north and the east. My house faces the north course. I've observed the greens for the whole time I've been there, and I have a great neighborhood looking right at them. So a place like the greens in the middle of a property, in the middle of a golf course, should not be an issue for any of these people. So why are they here? Does the sign count? Did you get to hold those up, Mayor? Okay. The north closing is the issue that's here. They've closed the North 9, and that North 9, I don't want to look at her.
Yeah, if you could.
And that North 9 is the reason they're here today. Now, the North 9 will end up, they don't play golf there now. They didn't play golf there before. I look at the North 9, an average of 5 plays a day would be extreme, and that would be on the weekend. So that's not been a golf course for a long time. And they have been able to get this to be the issue because it's not a golf course now. It's not been a golf course lately. All right, so the first fact here is that what they're complaining about is what already is a fait accompli. And so now you have an issue where they're going to get a lot of green space in the backyard. How many of you have hundreds of feet of green space in your backyard? I doubt any. I do because I live on the north. But my point being that everybody, after this happens, you're still going to have a great green space which people have agreed to help you develop. But you aren't working on how do I improve that green space. You're working on how do I make more green space by shutting down the whole golf course. So to me, that's quite unreasonable. But let's go back to where we are. You, the city, created a process to deal with these issues. You invited them to come, and they told you the issues they had. And they're pretty much the issues they've got now, except they've gotten very professional with the way they present their issues. But the issues were there. Your people looked at it, and they recommended a rezoning. And that recommended rezoning.
Order, please. Go ahead.
The recommended rezoning by you people?
Go ahead.
Okay. They looked at it, they said that was, we will deal with the issues. You raised issues at that first meeting. I was there. And those issues have been spoken to by the city. And the city has said we still think the rezoning is correct. Now, I know you haven't approved it yet, but now they've reduced the requirement for rezoning to nearly half of what was approved in the plan. And so now...
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time.
I think I can get a little more, because I believe they've had more than their share. So let's keep talking a bit.
Okay.
It's fine, and they don't have to clap. I won't take that time.
I understand. If you could begin to wrap up, we'll go ahead and...
I'll wrap up as soon as I can, but I'm a little bit emotional about it now because I've listened to a lot. But the point being that they are getting a better deal than they've got now. They're going to get an improved space in their backyard. That's the first point. The second point is that there is no way property values are going to go down if we continue to develop that golf course. If we don't, then we're all going to lose all of our property values. And I don't understand if your process requires and gets their input and you take it into account and you propose a rezoning and then at the last moment they create a great slideshow that brings up everything in the world. Can that change your whole process so that people that are responsible for protecting my land values and Mr. Tuck's land values too can in fact get that done, closed at the right time with a slideshow? I just think my city owes me more than that. I've been through a process, and that process is very professional. Your people are excellent. They presented their cases well. They used the whole process you asked for. They presented it to you last time. We present it to you again tonight, and you should vote in approval of this motion. There's no reason on earth you couldn't follow your own guidelines as to how you do this just because a crowd in the slideshow shows up. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Bill Graham. Following Bill Graham will be Bruce Host.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your public service. People have no idea how many hours you get to spend doing exciting things like you're doing tonight. I do have some degree of understanding of that because I spent 24 years on the school board in Palm Beach County. But I'm here tonight, Bill Graham, 4109 Tam O'Shanter, and I'm here as the president of Pebble Creek Homeowners Association. We have 59 homes, and we abut probably the worst street in the city, which I'll talk about in a minute. 3 points quickly: overall density, streets and traffic, and stormwater runoff. The overall density that originally appeared in various stories and discussion was outrageous, next to single-family homes that are the predominant residential units in the immediate area. If you stick a pin in the map and do a 360, we've got a few little townhouses, but it's predominantly a single-family area. So everything I say tonight, the caveat is, as this goes forward, how does this discussion evolve? And we're very concerned about these issues. So we're certainly in favor of Mr. Burnett and his ideas and things of that nature beginning to more fully flavor this conversation and the direction. I spent time with developers, donated sites we bought, and we always endeavored to reduce the impact, do mitigation of traffic, stormwater. You've heard those issues tonight, but they're real. Pebble Creek, we spent over $40,000 last year, self-assessed for resurfacing our streets. They're private. And our restrictive covenants don't even permit the owners and residents to park on street at night because they're just too narrow. So there's no way that we could serve as a thoroughfare. They're not suitable. And last night at about 10 after 6, I had to go to a meeting over on the east side at the Fellowship Presbyterian Church, so I went down Tyrone Pass. I challenge you to find another street in this city that's in more gross disrepair. This is an example. If you don't do anything for years, Mother Nature creates the speed bumps for you when the roots grow up and crack the asphalt. And when you get down near where, and someone showed, you showed beautiful pictures. Just, pictures worth 1,000 words. It was a waterfall just before you get to Shamrock. So notwithstanding your very good investment that I've seen along Shamrock there, a lot more is going to have to be done to take care of stormwater runoff in that area. When I was dealing with this in Palm Beach County, we had a lot of sand, high percolation rate. You all don't have that here, so it's even more critical. So that needs to be worked on, and just Tyrone Pass by itself is not adequate for ingress and egress. So
excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Hopefully the plan will come together a little bit better. But when I took my first appraisal course, the instructor told us always go look at property either during or right after a heavy rain, because Mother Nature never tells a lie. So thank you all for your serious deliberation.
Next speaker is Bruce Host, and then Steve Owens.
Commissioners, my name is Bruce Host. I think I know most of you, and I appreciate your work. I know this is not an easy thing. It wasn't easy 20 years ago when I was involved in it, but it's super important. I live at 3605 Donegal Drive on the South Course. I've been a member of Killearn since 1981. I've lived in Tallahassee since 1981, and I've lived in Killearn since 1981, 36 years. I served for 10 years on the Killearn Homes Board. My understanding of the process is that they represent the Killearn community in looking after the best interests of the whole community of Killearn. That's the way it was when I served in 1990 through 2000. And I would think that most of these folks who are opposed, in general, to anything that's going to happen in Killearn would understand that the legal representative is the Killearn Homes Association, not some preserved Killearn community that comes out at 3 o'clock in the morning with some epistle. It isn't productive. What we need is some stability in our community. It's gone on for 2 years. It's time to put this issue to rest. Property values are being affected. As long as you, the City Commission, permit this process to continue, it will not be productive. So I urge you tonight to vote what you've heard from Mr. Tuck's representatives. He's not a villain. He's a guy who owns that property. You have to remember that he is a property owner. He's got to protect his interest. And we hate the fact that the Killearn Homes Association is being besmirched, that they're being talked about as if they're not a legitimate body. They are. They've made a recommendation, I think, to agree with what his plan is and what Mr. Burnett's plan is. So I would urge you to accept that plan. It's on the table, and I would urge you to vote yes tonight in favor of this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Steve Owens. Steve Owens, then Sean Marston. I did not see anyone stand up for Steve Owens, so Sean and Mr. Owens? Okay, thank you. There you go. Mr. Owens will be followed by Sean Marston.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. And really over the last 6 weeks, thank you very much for your time and the opportunity for me to speak to each one of you. You know, after talking to each one of you about 45 minutes, I probably don't have a whole lot else to say to you. I am, obviously, in support of the proposal. My desire is that all 5 of you vote for the proposal, because in my view, it's the best thing for our community. So I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Sean Marston. And then Lori Wilkie.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sean Marston. I work for Urban Catalyst Consultants. I'm the project engineer for Mr. Tuck. I just wanted to make a few points tonight. One, the Killearn Homeowners Association makes up of over 42 separate residential units with over 3,000 residents. So when we talk about spot zoning, think about 42 different subdivisions and covenants. As part of the covenants that were recorded Site E will be allowed up to 133 garden-style homes and 14 townhomes. That's 147 units in Site E, which is 35 acres. Now, the garden-style homes will have a minimum buffer of 125 feet. We heard tonight Sand Pit had a buffer of 60 feet. So 125 feet is pretty significant when you're dealing with residential next to residential. If this comp plan is approved, we're going to move forward into site permitting, preliminary plat, and we're going to address the issues of stormwater, traffic, and infrastructure. And I see this project as a revitalization for Killearn as a whole. We're building this new garden-style product inside of Killearn, giving the opportunity of residents who've lived there for years to not leave their community, but live inside of it and downsize. And hopefully we'll have young families come in and buy those homes that they left and hopefully start a revitalization process for Killearn. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have regarding the engineering, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Lori Wilkie. Lori Wilkie. Followed by Robert Dial.
Hello, Commissioners and Mayor, and thank you for your time tonight. We really do appreciate it. My name is Lori Wilkie. I'm a resident of Killearn Estates. I am not a member of Killearn. I'm an employee. I was hired in October 2004, and in February 2011, I was promoted to General Manager. At that time, that's when I got a little bit closer to American Golf and the logistics of everything. American Golf Corporation did hire me. I want to make that very clear. Beginning in February of 2011, when I was promoted as General Manager, they instructed me how to speak to Barton Tuck. When he would be on property to give a tour, I was instructed on where to take Barton Tuck. And I was also instructed on what documents Barton Tuck would receive. So I've heard several times tonight, I've heard several times over the last 2.5 years that this man has just taken the money and kind of ran with it, and what did he do with it? Well, the motive of Barton Tuck is to restore Killearn Country Club, to bring it back to a competitive country club. And I ask that you vote yes to this. Put Killearn Country Club back on the map. At the end of the day, we are in the business of making memories. It's not about golf, it's not about tennis, it's not about all the amenities that we have. It's about what do those amenities do? And they make memories, and that's what we're in the business of doing. So I ask that you vote yes, as well as the staff that's along here with me tonight. We ask that you vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Robert Dial. He will be followed by Larry Johnston.
My name is Robert Dial. I live at 2409 Oakdale Street, Tallahassee. The comprehensive plan is a community covenant that defines our vision and expectations for the future. When we alter the plan in ways that negatively affect some members of our community, we should have a compelling reason to justify imposing those costs. I do not believe that this application meets that standard, and therefore urge you to deny the revised application. This proposal differs from the typical infill projects defended by staff in their response to the local planning agency's reasoning for denying the application, because this particular proposal would eliminate a dedicated open space amenity that is capitalized in the value of adjoining single-family residential properties. That's something you've heard already from the property owners. What you haven't heard is that the peer-reviewed research literature in land use economics has repeatedly demonstrated that open space is in fact capitalized in the price that homeowners pay for residential property, and that's especially true where that open space can be anticipated to persist through whatever legal mechanisms might apply to it. In this case, it would be the comprehensive plan future land use designation of that property. The real estate agent who testified a while back provided local data consistent with those studies. Second point, which has been mentioned, but I want to reiterate, is that none of the side agreements that have been or may be negotiated between Mr. Tuck and the Homeowners Association can be enforced by you folks, by the city, and I would submit therefore should not be part of your decision regarding the application. Commitments to build specific types and numbers of residential units, employ specific buffer widths, or to place areas in permanent conservation easements can only be enforced by you if this were a planned unit development. If you do choose to hang your hats on the deed restrictions that have been briefly summarized for you this evening, I urge you to scrutinize those restrictions before you make a decision. As detailed in my email to each of you, the reduction in property values that would result is not consistent with several provisions of the comprehensive plan, and I'm not going to go through that list again. You've heard them and seen them before. But the LPA's, the staff's response to the LPA's decision recommending against this maintains that the spillovers associated with this development can be accommodated through buffering, but buffering is not a remedy for eliminating dedicated open space that has a direct effect on property owners' property values.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes have expired.
May I have 30 seconds, please?
Yes, sir.
The proposed amendments finally do not offer significant planning benefit to the greater community other than adding density within the urban services area. Contrary to staff's claim, the proposed amendments will not demonstrably advance mobility element objective 1.1. Added density will not result in minimal travel distances because there is not significant employment within Killearn Estates itself. New development will not benefit from multimodal mobility because there are no sidewalks, bicycle lanes, or transit access within this area of Killearn Estates, and residents have raised legitimate concerns about traffic impacts on the immediate residential street. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Larry Johnston. Following Mr. Johnston will be Karen Pelham.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing all of us. I am going to be very brief. I live at on Sawgrass Circle in the Greens, and I would urge you to deny the application based on your Planning Commission's recommendation and also some of the other comments you've heard this evening.
Thank you very much.
Next is Karen Pelham, and after Ms. Pelham is Jerry Winter.
Can you restate the
It
name,
was
please?
Karen Pelham, and if no Karen Pelham, then Jerry Winter.
Thank you all for staying. I appreciate it. I'll be brief because I want to go home too. I would just like to urge you to support the rezoning plan and look at it not only as revitalizing the golf course and all that goes, but it's a revitalization of Killearn. We all need a facelift. Killearn needs a facelift, and I think it would show that you, the commissioners, are looking to see that the city and all the parts of it are being revitalized. So again, please support the rezoning plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Glenn Parr. Glenn Parr. Yes, Glenn Parr is next, and then followed by Jody Dorsey. As Mr. Parr is approaching, I'll identify Ron Tolliver had signed up to speak but had to leave early. He also is in support of the rezoning.
My name is Glenn Parr. I live at 3866 Moriarty Court. That's the first green of the North Course. I bought the house about 2 years ago. I was told at the time that they were probably going to close the golf course. Fine with me. I don't play golf, but I loved all that open space back there, and that's what I counted on. No one told me they were going to build houses there. There's one thing I want you folks to take home with you tonight. You're not being asked to decide golf course versus no golf course, because you have nothing to do with that. Free market forces are going to determine whether that happens or not. I don't care how many side agreements are passed or signed by homeowner associations or golf course owners. We had people up here at the last public hearing who said golf courses were closing about one every 45 days or something like that. Well, look, if you run it right, it'll succeed. If you don't run it right, it won't succeed. So the real issue here is not, do we have a golf course or not have a golf course? The issue is, do we have open space or do we have more construction? You don't get your open space back after you build on it. It's gone. Open space, as the gentleman who spoke before me said, is very important. It has a lot to do with the community. And I'm telling you, my opinion of what your job is you're to find the highest and best use of this property for the entire community. Not for one failed owner, not for any one particular group, but for the entire community. Not everybody plays golf, nobody cares. But open green space is important. And if once you give that up for building, it's gone. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jody Dorsey. And she'll be followed by David Fierro.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jody Dorsey. I'm a professor emerita of nutrition at Florida State University and a longtime member of Killearn Country Club along with my husband Frank. And attending all of these meetings has been a new experience for me. I had not been aware of our the activities of your commission and how the process has worked. And so starting to attend all of these meetings, I've really learned a lot about our community and how it works. And what I just urge you, besides voting yes this evening on the proposed amendment, but it's also, I was so encouraged by the expertise that I have observed with staff, and I put a lot of credence into the studies that they made of the issues here, and just respect you and your consideration of the evidence that's put forth. And with all the things that I've heard, I'm excited that a developer has stepped in that actually has roots in Tallahassee. I lived in Houston before I moved back here, and just seeing what can happen with development, people from out of town. And here you've got somebody who grew up in Killearn, who wants to revitalize matters, and I think really has an investment and has quite a great vision. And so that has really excited me. So please urge yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David Fierro, followed by Michael Moody.
Evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. You've heard it all. I'm not going to say anything you haven't already heard, but I hope I might be able to offer you a viewpoint from somebody who just moved into the area in November from out of state. And I fell in love with the Greens of Killearn because of the sense of place and charm and open spaces. Fell in love with it so much that we actually committed to buying the house before my wife had even seen it. If you don't think that's brave, you don't know what brave is. So let me just mention just some observation as a newcomer, because I'm not going to pretend to know all the details on this issue. But I read in the Democrat, and I assume it's correct, that in February the City and County Planning Commission voted not to recommend this zoning change because of the fact that it was considered rezoning or spot zoning, and also that it was not consistent with or compatible with the comprehensive plan. I think that's a pretty strong argument. I also would be concerned about a last-minute deal that came in on Friday. They put something together and they got the board to agree on it. And what I've heard from my neighbors, and they're fantastic people, by the way, what I've heard from my neighbors is they didn't get to hear all these details beforehand. So that concerns me. I don't know what the rush would be. And finally, my last statement would be, in my day job, I work for a consultant firm that works for the Department of Transportation primarily. So we're involved with a lot of highway projects around the state of Florida and actually all around the southeast. And we're involved in the process of going through an environmental impact statement. As you know, I'm sure, those are oftentimes 24 months, 36-month processes to go through all the requirements to get an EIS approved by the feds. And whenever there's a change in a project that is significant, They have to go back to the drawing board, they have to go back to the public, they have to go back to the process. I would hope that you would consider that same thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Michael Moody, followed by David Fountain.
Good evening, Michael Moody. I live at 4039 Kilmartin Drive, which is on number 3 of the North Course. I'm just going to talk to you tonight about this agreement, the Midnight Agreement, and I only have one extra copy of it. I don't know if you guys have copies.
No.
But let's go through a couple of provisions of this. Mr. Manassa told you it was drafted by the Ausley McMillan Law Firm and reviewed by a bunch of other lawyers. I found it today and looked at it. On the first page at the very top right left corner, it says this instrument was prepared by Danny Manassa. And it was prepared under the supervision of him. Now, if you go to page 10, the agreement reads, the property is free and clear of all liens and encumbrances now existing or later created, except for the lien of taxes and assessments not yet due and payable, and United National Bank. Okay? Now, under that, it says, Palmetto must cause the development loan to be structured so that this agreement shall be paramount entitled to any financing or mortgages existing. Okay? But it doesn't tell you what happens if he's not successful in getting that done. It doesn't say the land use change goes back and we start all over again and start from scratch. It just says he must do it. Now, if you go back to pages 7 and 8, in paragraph 2, there's this deal with an escrow agreement. The escrow agreement has 2 exceptions. The first exception is that distributions required by the lender as to the portion of the funds not obtained from the sale of residential development area in the event of default are not subject to this agreement where KHA gets to direct where the proceeds go. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, in subsection 2 of this paragraph, it says basically all of the funds in the escrow must be used to improve the club and all of the other portions of it, along with other purposes dictated by the lender. Okay? So what you have here is an agreement that acknowledges it's subject to this giant United National Bank loan. And in the event the lender comes in and says there's been an event of default or we otherwise dictate that we get all the proceeds to pay off the loan for whatever reason, then it's in compliance with the agreement for the proceeds to go to pay off the loan that's on the property. So you're in danger, like I suggested last month, of approving a situation in which the money from this development could go to pay down Mr. Tuck's mortgage. There's some other important and interesting observations in here. In page 10, section 3D3, it also states, upon a zoning and comprehensive amendment approval, the owner will create a master plan for the country club. He's had 3 years to create a plan. We should know the plan. We should know where the money's coming from, where it's going, and how it's going to result in improvements in Killarn. And instead, he just hasn't done it.
Excuse me, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You want to go ahead? You get an additional minute.
I'll just take a couple more minutes, or just maybe a minute. I view this as a situation in which there's 3 major issues. One, the manner in which Mr. Tuck has gone about trying to get this done. He started from day one, boom and bluster, telling everybody he's going to pave roads down their backyards if you don't go along with it. That's wrong. And he never came and sat with any of these residents and took darts like Mr. Burnett did the other day. I think that Mr. Burnett's involvement is a substantial improvement, but right now it's pretty late in the game to be getting agreements that have holes in them, and that if you really study the terms of them, don't provide protection for the neighborhood. And one other point I wanted to make is that this agreement has a provision that says any attempt to sell land basically in violation of subsection 2 is null and void. Well, subsection 2 already says the proceeds can be go to pay the lender if the lender so dictates, or in the lender in the event of a default. And we all know because of the terms of the mortgage, paragraph 26, the moment any land sold, there will be a default. There's just not enough details here ironed out, and they need to go back to the drawing board. Actually, I have one more point, and that is that on page 2 of the agreement, there's a provision that says if there's ever an attempt to terminate the agreement after the initial 50-year term, then there must be 3 years of advanced written notice in the notice of the proposed agreement must be sent to every KHA member at least 90 days in advance of action taken. You know, this is being imposed on us in the middle of the night, not even a business day before the hearing here. And there should be at least 90 days in KHA member input before it comes before the commission and gets anybody's support. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next.
Gonna go. If there's time after we complete the speakers, we're going to go on to the next speaker.
Mayor, our next speaker is David Fountain, and then the final speaker is Donald Rexroad.
I wasn't going to speak here this evening. My name is David Fountain. I live at 3870 Patrick Drive, which is adjacent to the tee box of the second hole, the par 3, across the street from the gentleman who was talking about having homes built in his backyard. Mine will have a home built, or more than one, right in my backyard. So my retirement home, which I have lived in now for a number of years and bought, I will be watching somebody else's backyard instead of the golf course that I bought on. The last positive document drawn up in secret, and we've had comments about secret documents here, I believe was the Declaration of Independence. Okay, since that time, there have been no positive documents drawn up in secret. My retirement home backs up, as I said, is Area C in the map. And with the proposed zoning changes, Area D will block what I used to have as a great view down the first fairway all the way to the clubhouse where I could watch those young golfers that were spoken of come to practice and use the North Nine because the regulars at the golf course hate the North Nine. I was a member there for 2 years and I heard nothing but disdain for the North Nine. Apparently they can't hit a ball straight enough to play the Narrows. So, as for helping young golfers, closing the North Nine is not going to be a positive thing. My position is purely personal. Okay? I agree with the folks that oppose what's going on there. But this is my retirement home. I've lived there now for almost 19 years. I've enjoyed the golfers that have used the North Nine. I've played it myself. I was a member of Killearn for 2 years. I can remember eating dinner at Killearn with J.T. Williams in the same chairs and tables that they have in their restaurant right now. That was 50 years ago. Okay? Nothing has been put into this establishment, into this operation, but a lot is being taken out of it. And now you're taking out the hearts of the people who live on the North Nine. And it's been said by a famous politician that all politics is local. You can't get any more local than this, folks. Okay? So your decision is purely a local decision. And you can look at the room and you can see twice as many people here as you see here.
Excuse me, 3 minutes have expired.
So
Thank you.
that may or may not translate into votes, but you're the folks that'll have to find out about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Donald Rexroad. And that is the final speaker form I have, Mayor.
Do you yield for my minute or not?
Evening. Hi, Nancy. How are you?
We don't do that. We won't be able to do
I
that.
didn't know I was going to speak tonight. My name is Don Rexroad, and I've lived in Killearn Estates for 44 years. Some of us here aren't even 44 years old, but not in this group, this experienced group here. If I
had known I was going to speak, I would have worn a suit. I have one. But I went to a funeral this morning and it needed to go to the cleaners. There's been a lot of myths thrown about tonight, and I feel kind of shaky sitting up here with all the spooks flying around. So let's take an example. That's a good one right up there. Myth 13. Too many people in green shirts don't live in Killearn. How many of you don't live in Killearn? Raise your hand if you don't live in Killearn. Oh, Mr. Tuck doesn't live there. What, 3, 4? Don't live in Killearn Estates? 1, 2? How many of the opposition don't live in a house on the Narrows? Well, don't live on a house on the Narrows.
So you're going to use up all your time. I want to make sure you
It's
get
a larger group than I thought.
Yeah.
But I think the tone of your message was not for Killearn, but for an individual. No. I think everybody that spoke that you represent was underlined by a loss of income in his own estate. I can't believe that you were so minority that when a survey was conducted with 76% saying that Mr. Tuck's proposal was a good one, that this many people have shown up to be the 24% that didn't vote. I can't believe that. I think each one of you has an individual concern, not a concern for the club or Killearn Estates as a whole. Okay, that's as serious as I'll get tonight. Because one thing I wanted to point out was the speakers that you have are very impressive. One of them particularly was very impressive. A man by the name of Busby. Mr. Busby spoke to you all, I think, 3 or 4 speakers ago. Mr. Busby forgot to tell you that in addition to his being a lawyer, he's a retired Marine colonel like myself.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes.
What he didn't tell you was that he was an aviator. Marine aviators are prone to exaggerate.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Semper Fi, sir. Semper Fi.
That was good. That was good.
All right, I think that was a nice note to end on.
What a way to end.
We're going to move forward with commission questions and of staff. Any additional presentation from staff before we move toward some conclusion? Staff? Anything additional before?
Nothing to add at this point. We're available for any questions you might have regarding the application.
Great, thanks. Commissioners, any questions?
I have one.
Yes, Commissioner Ziffer.
Mr. Manasseh, would you resolve the question that was raised about 2 speakers ago regarding the language that sure did sound like there was a loophole? I mean, that concerned me. Well, there were several mentions regarding the lender.
There is a mention of a lender, and I've provided to legal counsel. The lender has signed a joinder to the covenants and a subordination to the covenants, and it's held in trust by Frank Shaw, their counsel. Under the agreement, it would only be released and recorded if the zoning change is approved. So if the vote is yes tonight, the joinder and subordination will be recorded. And by subordination, that means the lender is subordinating its lien behind these covenants. Does that answer your question, sir?
I do have a follow-up on that same point, which is the agreement then would be between who and whom? So particularly on this subordination piece, because this is quite extraordinary, to hear that someone who basically is first in line to collect on debt would subjugate themselves to the neighborhood association?
It subordinates its lien to any and all provisions of the covenants. And the covenants are in favor of the association, so they would be subordinating themselves to the association's rights.
But
Yes,
the
sir.
association didn't take any loans, right? I mean, the loans were, I assume, taken by Mr. Tuck or whatever the business enterprise is. Is that incorrect? I'm trying to understand. Right now, what is the total lien that
Stated differently, sir, what that means, if the subordination is recorded and the loan were to go into default, the lender could not foreclose the covenants. The covenants would be paramount to their lien. It's more of a lien instrument.
I get that. So in regard to the sale, because at the point of sale, right, it transfers, all liens either have to be resolved at the point of sale, or there's some agreement to transfer over to new owner. And I guess what I'm trying to understand, because what seems to me to sit at the crux of the building and the renovations that are promised with regard to the clubhouse and the amenities associated with it, is that depending on the sale of this land, the profit would then be directed toward the building of the clubhouse and the associated amenities. And I want to understand how ironclad that is. And the language that's being used, it doesn't feel as ironclad as I'd like to understand it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the language is ironclad. I
So then
believe it.
restate it for me, and pardon my ignorance. I'd like you to use as much layman jargon as you possibly can to help make that point.
Picture, there's two different buckets, and the buckets are going to total $4 million. There's two separate agreements, but they're codified in the covenants. We have an agreement with Mr. Burnett that when we sell him the property, the lender has to release its lien, so he has clear title to the property. All the net proceeds go into bucket number one.
Net proceeds after the lender has been paid?
No, sir. Net proceeds is defined as dock stamps on the deed and recording costs. That goes into bucket number one. My client then has to fund bucket number two so that the bucket number one plus bucket number two equal no less than $4 million. And what the agreement says is that both buckets have to be used for the primary focus of building a new clubhouse and supporting other amenities at the country club. And so this lender's lien will be removed from that per this agreement. If my client doesn't fund those buckets, there is no closing, he can't sell the property. And that is ironclad, unequivocally clear.
All right, commissioners?
So how does he continue to make payments towards the mortgage?
He's current on his loan right now. He's never not been current. That might be a double negative, but he's current on his loan as we speak. And the theory is, are you wondering how do we fund the $4 million?
No. I thought the sale of the property, the reason he had to sell the property was to pay the mortgage.
No, sir. We're selling the property to inject capital into the reconstruction project. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So is the loan on the entirety of the project?
Presently, the loan is on the entirety of the project, and the way it's going to work at the sale is there will be a development loan lined up that'll be limited to the property as it exists after the sale to Mr. Burnett's company. So the development lender is going to have a first position lien on the remainder tract, and I'm sure Mr. Burnett's company is probably going to take financing, but that would only be on the age-restricted community tract.
Got it. Commissioners, other questions on this item or other? Commissioner Miller?
I'm trying to see if I have any other legal questions, because I have a number of questions, but which ones would go to you?
Commissioner, if you could use your microphone.
I know, it's always a problem. I need one of those ones where you, okay, I'm trying to look to see okay, the covenants. First of all, I understand it. Our lawyer has explained to us, Mr. Shelley, that actually what happens between the homeowners association and Mr. Tuck is really not relevant to this decision. And so how that was all arranged and how that came about, and that's a whole separate issue that isn't before us tonight. What I do find necessary, though, is that there do exist covenants that have been recorded on the new development. And what my understanding was that there were going to be covenants drawn up, and I want to interject right here that I know that this seems to have popped up at the last minute. I mean, I heard a lot of people go about this last minute deal and all that, but this has not just happened yesterday. These guys have all been working on this. Our staff, all these team over here have been working on this for weeks. It wasn't our prerogative to be able to tell you that, and it was not permanent anyway, so it really wasn't a real fact, as they say. So, but I just did want you to know that this isn't, they didn't just do this on Friday afternoon after 5 o'clock. Now, but it has been important to me all the way through the process that there was something applied to the land that traveled with the land, and that the PUD was an item of discussion, but also the covenants too. So what I want to know from you is if these are recorded covenants. Have they been recorded? Have the covenants that you all, the deal you struck or whatever with the homeowners association, has that been recorded?
Yes, ma'am. It was recorded Monday, and it encumbers the entire property owned by my client. So
okay.
Every component of his project is encumbered by the covenants. And as to, would say, the age-restricted community, what the covenants say is we are prohibited from transferring or building on that property until that property is annexed into Klarna Estates as a new unit of Klarna Estates, and a new covenants specifically for that area are recorded on top of this agreement. And those covenants need to be substantially similar to the Greens of Klarna. Until that's done, it's a lien against the property, which would preclude closing.
But it defines in there this 133 number and the 10 number or whatever the other number was. That's in the covenants that you recorded.
Yes, ma'am. It states right now that the age-restricted community cannot consist of more than 133 units.
Okay.
And then it states the townhome community where the inn was located cannot consist of more than 14 units.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's it for you.
Thank you.
My other two questions I have relate to transportation and the Greenway connectivity. So let's take Greenway connectivity first. My map's gone. Too bad. My understanding is that all of this includes 1 through 6 being put into a Greenway, but on the map, the new lots A, B, C, and D actually there isn't a connected Greenway. I mean, we have like how many? 1, 2 and a half Greenways. So can somebody?
This map was just shown for representation purposes only. This map is shown for representation purposes. We always intend to provide an easement through those lots which would connect holes 1 through 6 so people can access.
So this will be a continuous easement.
Continuous
throughout.
easement, that was our intent.
All right. Mr. Marston.
Yes, ma'am.
You are the person in charge of stormwater management, is that right?
Yes, I will be.
All right, now what I do want to share with people is what you see out there and the picture showed is what it looks like when we don't have stormwater management, because This was permitted, when, this was actually permitted by the county, not to, they're not here to defend themselves, so it's easy for me to, since they left at 6 o'clock, and, well, maybe Commissioner Deloge might still be here, but it was that, what you saw in those pictures is not what I expect to see as our city, whatever stormwater regulations require. But that is, as it was permitted, whenever all this was permitted in the first place, which is why we're having to go back with all the stormwater fees that have ever been collected in Killearn have already been spent on water improvements in Killearn. So that's good news, I hope. But that is the fact. We're basically, the city's having, basically has had to go back and correct all of these problems that occur all over everywhere. So how are you going to handle the stormwater that comes off? Because when you build, if you build this, how are you going to prevent this from getting worse?
When we develop the, let's say, Site E that has the 133 homes, we'll have stormwater drainage associated with that. We have to meet level of standards with the City of Tallahassee code. Our ponds will be located in the lower portion. The ponds have to be sized for 25-year pre-post rate attenuation as well as water quality treatment. The ponds are also evaluated at the time during permitting for the 100-year storm event, where we have to provide a 1 foot of freeboard from the top of the pond to the highest stage in the 100-year storm. So we'll have to design the ponds to meet the city requirements, and that's what we intend to do.
What do you intend to do about the stormwater and the road, Tyrone Pass?
Tyrone Pass, we will, when we utilize that road, that'll have to be brought up to city standards to meet the on-site city standards.
Well, you could
Level of service standards is what I was trying to
Are
say.
you talking about a private road or a city road? Or you haven't thought about that?
I don't know what it's going to be at this point. I don't know.
All right. The last thing is traffic. What actually, it says here that 300 vehicles a day, and it says that the study indicated 116 increase in vehicles per day, and I want to know if that is true.
Well, what we did was we did a preliminary traffic analysis. Danton Consulting performed the analysis, and I'm trying to get to the traffic. And the 116% increase was when we were evaluating the 350 development units per acre that would have been allowed under the R4, 10 units per acre.
Okay.
So when we did several scenarios. The last scenario that we did for the Planning Commission was evaluated 180 to 185 development units, senior adults, detached. And when we evaluated that scenario to the scenario that was with the 27-hole club and 40-room hotel, there was no increase in daily PM peak trips. So there was concurrency that was reserved when the hotel was taken down. So utilizing that with the...
I see. Well, wait a minute. Well, what he's saying is legally, and I think I've said to all of you, everybody, because I've probably talked to everybody in this room, but what I have said repeatedly is that what I want to know, I want to see is legally binding paperwork. I'm not remotely interested.
Commissioner, that'll be done when we perform the concurrency analysis.
I'm coming back to you,
Okay.
But I need to clarify that with them, and I have had that standard all along. Now, I feel like that there has been a tremendous amount of legally binding paperwork that has actually been produced. There is no way to guarantee certainty anywhere here on any path. I don't know that I'm going to get home alive tonight, mainly because I'm going to have to leave the room and one group of you is going to be upset. But the fact is that there are no guarantees, no matter what we do here on this particular topic. There could be failure somewhere along the way in both of the pathways that all of you have asked us to follow down the road. And the way I've tried to evaluate my decision is which one of those pathways looks the least treacherous, essentially, and has the most guarantees. And one of those most important pieces of this is the concurrency that Mr. Marston is about to explain to us. And what he is saying, and I'm going to repeat this back to make sure I understood what you said. What you're saying is that the golf course and the country club, as it was before, was permitted with a number of trips, and you're not exceeding the number of trips that was permitted. Is that what you are telling us?
We evaluated the golf course, the 27-hole golf club, along with the 40-room hotel, and we came up with 1,292 daily trips, 98 peak trips. When we did that, we compared that to a scenario with 185 development units, and we did not increase the 98 peak trips.
Okay. And so we're reducing that to 130, well, let's just say 140. And so that should have
We
the
assume-
impact of,
We haven't run that scenario, but we assume you'll have less traffic with less units.
what is the age? When you did this 180 and 185, was that with 55 plus?
That was with 55 plus.
Okay. So your 180, you feel, is in the vicinity of
Of what was
not a...
what was existing.
Okay.
And again, we'll have to do a more detailed, this was a preliminary analysis. We'll have to do a detailed analysis with the preliminary plat moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anybody else wants to say anything, they can just
Yeah.
jump in anyway, because I
Yeah,
feel
I've
like
got
I'm
a
Commissioner
dominating.
Ziffer?
So I think when I came to y'all's meeting, I had expressed I've lived on 2 golf courses. I lived on Summerbrook and I've lived on Southwood. And my expectation was that I would always have green space whether the golf course was open or closed. I knew that. And I think I mentioned to you that on the Summerbrook golf course, I had real heartburn because my wife and I built a very substantial home, and after we finished it, the developer, whose name will go unmentioned, went from a 2,500 square foot minimum to 1,500 square foot minimum, and it completely changed the dynamic of the entire development. I was not a happy man. We were not happy. There's a picture of my wife and I on the cover of the Tallahassee Democrat above the fold with our arms crossed, not happy. So I've been where you are. I get it. And I think I said this to all of you from the very beginning. My real concern was trying to protect some kind of green space between you and whatever the development was. And we've worked hard at that, and I know that some of this agreement may seem like it's been thrown at you at the last minute, but the fact is there's now 125 feet property line to, I know you're shaking your head, but a lot of these issues have been resolved in my mind. I'm telling you because I know this is a fact, because I see people on both sides. I'm going to lose friends tonight. I know I am. And that's the most unfortunate part of all of this, is that you got neighbors against neighbors and you have friends against friends. And I don't know how that gets solved, and I hope it does get solved at some point, because Killearn, for me, since I've lived here for 35 years, has been a really special place. And losing this golf course, whatever scenario it goes, scares the heck out of me, because that is so important to that community. Okay. I have a real problem, because tried to solve the green space issues with E, but I will say C and D really still bother me. And I know there's been an effort, so I'm going to do this. This is where I'm going to lose friends. I'm going to make a motion to approve acceptance of the comp plan amendment with C and D being removed from that discussion, because those houses have no buffer, and they will have something right behind them. And I think Mr. Stampelos was very clear. He's going to be looking at a fence, and that's not what he bought. And I know all of you have some concern about the distance, but you got some distance, and those houses get none. So I'm going to move acceptance with C and D being removed.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I will second this, but I have to have you all are better at this than I am. I refuse to do a friendly amendment, essentially. And that is that this motion reflects the changes that we have talked about tonight, primarily the land use change that has occurred on E.
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
I'm sorry.
Well,
yes.
that's important to,
Commissioner Richardson.
Can we have someone explain to us what the effect of this is?
Yeah,
This is,
I was going to ask if we could, I don't know if you want to do it or if Mr. Burnett wants to do it, but a restatement on the amendments. We've seen these contracts. If we could get a summary in his terms, and obviously we've got this on the board. I don't know who wants to walk through it, you or him. That's a question.
I mean, it sounds like everything is contingent on the complete agreement. I may be mistaken, but.
What's the effect of these changes? I'm not sure who's best qualified to answer that. JT, you want to come?
So, yes, the changes that Commissioner Miller's talking about is, and let me tell you this is extremely important to me because I heard this is the #1 concern, okay? No way, it's not R4 zoning on anywhere other than the old N area, okay? It's RP2 on the balance of E, okay?
Right.
And Sean, you have that conceptual drawing because I think it is important that you actually see exactly what we're talking about. We don't have
Yeah,
anywhere
Mr. Mayor, in the meeting, I mean, in the rendering that I saw, there were no homes that had, everything was back door to back door. And so that's why I'm
where
asking.
you have the zoning.
This one right here, is this what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Your conceptual?
There weren't homes.
So as you look at this conceptual, you will see up by the clubhouse, the orientation is not right, but I'm going to call this orientation of the drawing south. You'll see the townhome area, okay? That's the only area that's in kind of a darker green that we're talking about zoning R4. The rest of what you see is single-family lots would be zoned RP2. And that gives the protection that will never be 350 units.
and the land use is, you want to explain the land uses?
I'm going to let Sean back for that one.
And someone explain what Commissioner Ziffert just did with the amendment.
With C and D.
C and D.
Yeah.
Go back. So essentially, Commissioners, the map as you see it here, which would include, as you see, a majority of Site E as RP, the very small 2.5 acres, which used to contain the inn as UR, and the rest of the sites as A, B, C, and D, although I know there's a motion to remove C and D from the equation, but those showing as RP as well. So again, the totality of it, I believe, is 40 acres. So 2.5 of the total amendment would be UR, the remainder would be RP at this point. And then staff was recommending that we do adopt changes for those areas in the crosshatch to recognize pre-existing development that is currently non-conforming.
So basically, we're moving modifications, we're moving the item as recommended in addition to the modifications shown on the maps here
In addition to C
tonight.
and D
In addi-
being
And then
removed
you've
from-
added C and D, right. All right. Mr. Shelley looks like he needs to say something.
No, I just want to make sure Barry is satisfied that the maps reflect actually what the modified agreement is.
I believe so. I believe the map that you see before you, less C and D, as we just discussed, would reflect the what's being proposed here tonight.
Okay, so the
motion on the table, I believe.
The motion is, as you have explained it, and as the maps presented here tonight reflect it, with the exception of, and that also includes those areas that we've agreed need to be changed, but were changed by staff. But C and D are out of the equation in terms of any change.
Correct.
From the current.
That would be the motion.
The motion, yes.
Yeah.
Commissioners, other thoughts, considerations on the motion?
Well, I'd like to say one thing because.
Commissioner.
I know. I'd like to say one thing mainly because I've talked to all of you and I've talked to a lot of you a number of times. This has probably been one of the most, I live in your neighborhood. I live in our neighborhood. I live very close to all this activity. I live very close to all of you. And this has been extremely difficult, not just because of that, but because it was so technically difficult. Everybody had legitimate points and legitimate sides, and every single one of you who gave me a point or something to concern helped me to understand what was, how to come to some resolution on this. Because basically every time you all gave me a criticism of, or a concern, or an option, or a suggestion, I pursued that. I went out and not only pursued it with y'all, I pursued it with our staff, and really got to the point, and then a lot of the time went back over those things and really didn't know where I was going to go with this until probably even yesterday or early today. Ultimately, it came down to what was best for the entire Killearn community. And I think everybody in the room probably wants the same thing, and that is that this golf course continues to exist in a viable way, that anyone who is looking at property in the city of Tallahassee sees something happening in Killearn, not something dying in Killearn, and it really came to that. I think that we have all, including the developer, the property owner, all of you, all of my commission and our staff have all really worked hard to make this have as little impact. Well, it's going to have an impact. There is no doubt about it. A change like this, nobody wants it and nobody can accept it. But the fact is that they have worked very, very hard. And I think as a result, you see basically the land behind you is going to continue to be the land behind you. If you saw the picture that, well, it was up here just a minute ago. Anyway, well, either you're looking at a different site plan than I am, but the bottom line is that I wanted to say that. I just felt like I needed to say that to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I mean, I think I know where this is going. I have several questions. First, I hate this neighbor against neighbor. I know it's already been said before. Gary Early's my friend. I really didn't. I hated that. And it's time. I know emotions run high, and if it directly affected me, it'd run high with me too. And I understand that, but it's a horrible position for us to be in as a community. I felt like I got to spend 3 hours in the middle of a monsoon, my friends in front of me, and I felt like that if some of this information had come out earlier, we'd have a lot more happy faces here, because a lot of the concerns that you brought up to me last night seemed like they were addressed today. Not all of them, but a lot of them. But I want to get on the record some of it. One, we dealt with enforceability. That was a big question of mine, and I appreciate it being answered. Stormwater, I want to say again for the record, they will have to hold all new development's got to hold its own stormwater, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Probably? Yes. Okay. I mean, from government, you're telling me, not from them.
Yeah.
We're going to require them to do that.
It's a pre-post standard. No additional water can come off the site after development than was coming off the site before development.
Okay. The covenants, I heard, and I guess Mr. Manassa can answer this. I heard concern about people that would have mobile motorhomes and boats in their backyard that would be facing the other houses. Will that be, well, Mr. Manassa, answer that question. In the covenants, will that be allowed? Or whoever from the...
I can assure you this. We are modeling around the Greens covenants, and that is in the commitment to do that. And I assure you, in our covenants, there's not going to be any mobile homes or anything else in someone's backyard.
So it'll be whatever is
it's-
allowed by in the greens?
That's correct.
Okay.
Keep order.
All right,
Go ahead.
so
Commissioner.
I'm sorry to belabor this too. Mr. Attorney, the legal case, their current legal case that is on appeal, what effect will that case have on our decision here tonight?
None.
No effect on it?
You should go forward, notwithstanding, we don't know the outcome of that appeal. It goes to an appeal with the presumption of correctness of the trial court, and I think that should not affect your decision here.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor, just
Please.
very quickly, when I met with the group in opposition, I could empathize with them because I faced, I won't say similar, but a situation when my wife and I built our home 20 years ago. 2 months later, we found out that a multifamily development was going to be built literally in our backyard. And so, of course, we, took up arms, and it ended up being
not arms.
a good well, not literally. All right. Not literally, but it ended up being a win-win situation because we were able to sit down with the developer, and he allowed us to buy the property. My neighbors that abutted that property in the city, this was on Orange Avenue, a section of Orange Avenue, and the city purchased the property on the north side of Orange Avenue in anticipation of the widening that we're looking at doing within the next couple of years now. And so I really had a lot of concerns, and I've expressed that as I've gone along on this commission over the last 2 years, that neighborhoods that we say are an amenity and one of the things that we cherish in this all-America city of ours keep being blindsided, it seems, and not being included early on in the process by development like this. But I have to tell you what tipped the scale for me is when I found out that J.T. Burnett was involved in this deal. I have a tremendous amount of respect for J.T. and Kim and what they have, because they are indigenous residents of the community. They're not going to take the money and run. They're invested, heavily invested in this community through what they've done with Hotel Duval and the DoubleTree and some of their other investments. And I just have a lot of trust in that. And I believe that with J.T. and Kim's involvement, and I'm sure some others, that what is being proposed will be followed through on. And it, 100, I don't know that 100% of the people will be happy. It never seems to occur that way in these situations, unfortunately. But that gave me a lot more comfort in addition to the plan that's being proposed and now Commissioner Ziffer's amendment to take out, what was it?
C and D.
Take out C and D. So I'm ready to move forward with a vote at this point.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. And I'll just add a small 2 cent. I want to echo that I think this has been an improved conversation largely because of what's happened over the past couple of days and what's been brought forward by JT. But I have to admit, quite honestly, I really hate the untenable position that neighbors have been put in here, largely divided by a battleground that says we either get to keep the golf course or we lose it and the neighborhood goes into disrepair. It isn't a fair position. I don't necessarily believe that I believe the hypothesis on that, by the way. But it was used as a battleground. When you are a good steward of good land and good property and good businesses, these things are run well and people take a considerable amount of pride around that. And it's pretty evident, and I've heard it on both sides of the argument here, that that wasn't done. And so folks have been forced to, obviously, if you're most directly impacted, which means your property abuts or backs right up into where new development is going to take place, you know, you're going to be unhappy about that. And I certainly would be unhappy about that if it were me. But we've got something else happening from a development dynamic in this community, and that is you have Walani, and actually the person who's developing that is in the room, will be coming online, and thousands of acres will be developed. And I'm not sure that there's a golf course plan for that. I don't believe there is. So if that development gets compared to what is then perceived to be a failed area in Killearn, the long-term viability for Killearn starts to become questioned. It is an older neighborhood. The amenities, if done correctly, can actually be a real attribute to that community, and underscore if done correctly, which is why we were insistent on trying to understand, JT, what the guarantees are, what's real about this money being set aside, who has control over it, how does it make its way back into a real investment into the amenities of that neighborhood, and not just you know, a ploy that later becomes a distraction and a failed promise for folks. So that absolutely that must be done, and I have greater confidence given your signature on projects in this community that it will be well done. But if there were to be a failed Killearn, the impact that would have on that area, especially considering the new development that is likely to come online just up the road, that will be newer homes, potentially a very similar development design, meaning diversified housing and so on and so forth. There'll be real pressure, and I really do believe that the values of folks in Killearn of the homes would suffer greatly, and I think the city, as a byproduct of, could suffer quite substantially. There won't be happy folks on either side of this thing. I realize that, but I really do hope and trust that under new leadership, under new development, a new vision or revitalized vision for the area, that, you know, if we revisit this in a few years, that folks will be happy what ultimately happens. But it's really hard to be ultimately happy when you don't have a very clear picture of what the picture out of your house is going to look like. And so the insecurity around that is completely understandable. And this commission, frankly, has seen it before. We heard it, Commissioner Mayor at the time, on Blairstone. And now folks celebrate that as a real, you know, class act of a project here. That's not the best comparison, but it is a comparison. That being said, I think the motion has improved this product, and I think we belabored this long enough. And I think the neighbors have been involved in this long enough. I know there's still some litigation that is out there, and notwithstanding what that looks like, y'all have had to engage in this process at a very high level of intensity. And I hope that we can remove some of the personal going forward and start to reconcile around a bigger, stronger vision for Killearn, with my real sincere prayer being that this community is one that continues to thrive, one that continues to grow in a way that really, one, improves the property values of the folks who live there, and for the future residents, it's an area that they can take substantial pride in, and that the amenities gain new life, and it becomes a real place of a destination for people in our community. So with that, if there are no further comments from commissioners, there is a motion on the floor. City Attorney, you restated it a moment ago, and I think it's well understood by the commission. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Commissioners, before we're able to adjourn, we need a motion.
Motion to transmit.
We need a motion, and I'm just going to read what that motion needs to say. We need a motion to direct staff to transmit approved amendments to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously.
Oh, wait, this isn't even. I was up here when you're.
Well,